Chapter 141, 100 million in call value. Are you scared or not? Chapter 141, text redacted. Don't say it like that. Perhaps after being in secluded meditation for so many years, True Monarch White may have become more dexterous, and that avid curiosity of his may have lessened. And planes aren't something so easy to break. True Monarch Mount Huang spoke out with a sense of justice. At this time, True Monarch Old River View said indifferently, "Ha ha, Senior Mount Huang, touch your heart. Do you yourself believe what you're saying?" True Monarch Mount Huang was speechless at that rebuttal. "Sorry, I was speaking nonsense just now. And a plane is weaker than the mechanisms of a magical treasure. I bet 10 custom-made talismans, if True Monarch White gets on the plane, it will crash." Talisman Mansion Master Sevenlive said resolutely. The custom-made talismans he was talking about meant that no matter what kind of talisman it was, as long as he could make it, he'll do it. For free chances to refine pills. Medicine Master chimed in. He could speak so fast today. Was it Miss Jiang Xian helping him message again? 10 free times of divining. At this time, someone with the ID Immortal Diviner Iron Trigram said complacently. Wait, Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams? Who was that? Oh my god. That's Immortal Master's Copper Trigrams' sock puppet. This sock puppet had been inside the group for very long, and no one actually discovered it. Now that Immortal Master's Copper Trigrams' main account had been muted, this alternate account had appeared to speak. Loose Cultivator North River? Mad Saber 3 Waves. I think I don't want you to do any divination, and ruin my mood. Loose Cultivator North River said. Me too. Mad Saber 3 Waves maintained formation. Agreed. Medicine Master said. Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams raged, enough. System notification, ************. Immortal Diviner Iron Trigrams has been blocked by chat admin True Monarch Mount Huang for 30 days. Who exactly is the one who has truly had enough? Don't think this chat admin is only for show. True Monarch Mount Huang laughed coldly. But True Monarch Mount Huang didn't kick out this account. This account wasn't actually Immortal Master Copper Trigrams' alternate account. It actually belonged to his disciple. It was just that this disciple always lurked, and today Immortal Master Copper Trigrams borrowed his account to chat. But all of you should stop slandering Senior True Monarch White. If you discuss any further, you'll scare little friend Shu Hang. If little friend doesn't receive True Monarch White at that time, you all will draw the lots to decide who goes. Whoever draws it goes to receive True Monarch White. True Monarch Mount Huang threatened them. All the members of the group quietened down, not daring to say anything else. After a moment, Loose Cultivator North River saw that Song Shu Hang hadn't come online after so long. He asked, "Little friend Shu Hang hasn't replied yet? Is he not online? I saw him post pictures just now in the group space. He wouldn't have pretended to see nothing, right? Just now I was talking to him on the phone. I also told him to call me in a while. I wanted to know if he had obtained the Blood God Jewel. Wait, I'll give him a call." Talisman Mansion Master Sevenlives chimed in with a smile. Very quickly, he appeared. "Ha ha, little friend Shu Hang owes charges for his phone. Most likely he used up his value just now when talking to me. It can't be helped. I'm not in China. International calls are a bit more expensive. Millimeter, in the future he needs to remember to store a bit more value, or else we wouldn't be able to contact him in emergencies." That's right, who has the time to go and help Song Shu Hang add up call value? So that he can be contactable. You can at most add a value of 1,000 online. So troublesome. We also don't know how much little friend Shu Hang owes? Loose Cultivator North River said. At this time, the Drunk Moon resident who had a weak presence appeared. I happen to be resting at a resort now. There's a mobile business hall next to it. While it's still not closed, send little friend Shu Hang's number to me. I'll add some value for him. He won't have to worry about call value again. While speaking, there seemed to be a lofty heroic spirit appearing. I'll send his number to you. Then you all wait. I'll add some value for him. Drunk Moon resident finished speaking, then went to lurk. At this time, Loose Cultivator North River said again, take this opportunity to flood the chat. Before little friend Shu Hang returns, flood away the records discussing True Monarch White. Or else when little friend Shu Hang opens the group, then sees what we just discussed, he may decide to not do the task. Then we'll be in trouble. Fellow Daoist North River speak sense. Quickly flood the chat. What do we chat about? How about we chat about what Three Waves has discovered at the mysterious island? The seniors in the group began to shamelessly flood the chat log. Within a short while, several thousand lines of chatting was formed, and the chat logs regarding True Monarch White had disappeared very far away into the flood. On the other side, Su Clan's Archie brought Song Shu Hang, Arsha Liu, as well as Just Heart to the sky above the Immortal Farming Sect. Looking down from above, he saw the scene of the Immortal Farming Sect disciples. What happened after the Immortal Farming Sect returned to the sect grounds? Archie looked closely, and noticed the corpse of the Immortal Farming Sect leader, which had had its head chopped off by one sword stroke. Something had indeed happened. Su Clan's Archie lightly patted Just Heart, and let him wake up from his unconscious state. Just Heart opened his eyes. He groggily saw the Immortal Farming Sect covered in gloom. He quickly saw the sect leader's corpse, and froze. Below, the Immortal Farming Sect cried non-stop, with some lamenting to each other in tears. The disciple had completely lost their pillar. Before, even if the sect leader died, they still had eldest apprentice brother Justmight. But now eldest apprentice brother had killed the sect leader, and left the Immortal Farming Sect. Now, what were they to do? Just Heart stood on Su Clan's Archie's streak of light. He dully listened to the disciple's explanation. He now understood the process of the Moon Saber sect battle. Eldest apprentice brother killed master, then betrayed the sect and left with young master Hai? How could this happen? After a long time, Just Heart grit his teeth, and a resolute expression appeared on his face. Senior Archie, please put me down. Archie unexpectedly looked at him. Have you made your decision and know what to do? I don't know. But I need to return to the Immortal Farming Sect. Someone needs to stand up now in the Immortal Farming Sect, or the Immortal Farming Sect is finished. Just Heart smiled bitterly. Archie thought about it, before throwing a tally to Just Heart. Put it on, and display it in the Immortal Farming Sect. It represents that I, Su Clan's Archie, am covering the Immortal Farming Sect. This way, it can at least block a few thieves and robbers who wish to take advantage of the situation. When the day comes, and you think the Immortal Farming Sect has passed its tribulation, return this tally to the Su Clan. Thank you. Just Heart received this tally. At this time, he didn't even have the leeway to reject. He needed this tally. The Immortal Farming Sect needed this tally. Su Clan's Archie lightly waved, and supported his figure, allowing Just Heart to land on the ground. When the Immortal Farming Sect disciples saw Just Heart land from the sky, many of their eyes shined. Although Just Heart wasn't that powerful, he had high popularity in the Immortal Farming Sect. Seeing the incoming junior apprentice brothers, Just Heart grasped the tally tightly, and sighed. He took a large step forward to welcome the disciples of the Immortal Farming Sect. Su Clan's Archie clasped his hands behind his back, and looked from high up for very long. He finally spoke softly. Let's go. Archie felt that what had happened with the Immortal Farming Sect was partly his responsibility. That was why he had bestowed this tally, so that the Immortal Farming Sect could pass this tribulation. However, in this Immortal Farming Sect incident, Just Heart had once had ill intentions on Arsha Liu, which was why he didn't give any help other than the tally. The streak of light flew off, and he brought Song Shu Hang and Arsha Liu towards the Jiangnan University City. Song Shu Hang gave a last look at the Immortal Farming Sect. His heart had too many emotions, but he didn't know how to express them through words. Thus, he could only keep it in his heart. In the future, this Immortal Farming Sect incident would become his life experience, and enrich his Dao heart. On the road back, Su Clan's Chi had been silent for very long, before suddenly speaking. Shall you return with me to the Su Clan today? Your injuries doesn't have no methods to heal. Millimeter, Shall you said indifferently. Don't overthink things. Leave it to me. Believe me, Shall you'll be fine. Millimeter. I've always believed you. I just came out to clear my mind. Shall showed a smile. She originally already had exquisite features. This smile was surely extremely sweet, and it was as if 100 flowers were blooming. Very quickly, Su Clan's Chi had already ridden the streak of light to the sky above Jiangnan University City. Little friend Shu Hang. I really have to thank you this time. Archie used force to pat Song Shu Hang. If not for Song Shu Hang, Su Clan's Liu would very likely have been killed by those bastards from the Moonsaber sect. Just thinking about it made Archie scared. Because he was too emotional, he used too much force to pat and almost patted out Song Shu Hang's lungs. Song Shu Hang was patted until he started to cough, and couldn't help but smile bitterly. Liu sighed. She extended her hand to rub Song Shu Hang's back, so he could cough more lightly and slowly. Cough. I originally had a greeting gift for you. But now, I can't take out that greeting gift. Su Clan's Chi smiled. Originally he had a rank 1 fist technique. He wanted to casually give it to this new fellow Daoist Song Shu Hang as a greeting gift. But now he had saved Su Clan's Liu multiple times. Wouldn't he be laughed to death by the others in the group if he took out this rank 1 fist technique as a greeting gift? So, I'll give it to you next time. After a while, Fairy Bieshue will be having the banquet of the immortals. At that time, I'll bring you over, and let you taste this world's true deliciousness and immortal treasures. This greeting gift should sufficiently show my sincerity, right? Fairy Bieshue? Song Shu Hang was confused upon hearing this. Were they going to go for a good meal? At this time Liu lightly poked Song Shu Hang, and gave him a look. All right. Then I'll thank Senior Archie. Song Shu Hang gave thanks. This banquet of the immortals had large benefits. Then we'll bid farewell here. Archie nodded his head satisfied. His right hand raised, and supporting Song Shu Hang, sent him to a man-made forest where no one was looking. Today, I survived safely again. Song Shu Hang sighed, and took out his phone. Speaking of which, he owed charges. He needed to go and recharge some value, and see how much he owed. At this time, his phone suddenly received a message. It was an automatic message. Respected customer, hello, on the 10th of June you successfully recharged 10 million yuan in value. Your balance now is 9,999,784.31 yuan. Replying the message, can one inquire immediately about call value information, China Automated Notification Services. Song Shu Hang rubbed his eyes. 1, 2, 3, 7. 7 zeros? 10 million in call value? The automated system of China really collapsed in the end. Chapter 141, 100 million in call value, are you scared or not? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 142, The Nameless Immortal Sage of the Nameless Temple. Chapter 142, The Nameless Immortal Sage of the Nameless Temple. Should he make a call to customer service and ask what was going on? It was a sum of money that was 10 million after all. While thinking, the chat software on his phone made a special notification. Someone in the 9 Provinces #1 group had at him. Because he no longer owed charges, he now had internet connection. Song Shu Hang opened the 9 Provinces #1 group to take a look. Drunk Moon resident, at great pressure of Mount Books, little friend Shu Hang, has your phone service recovered? I just helped you add a bit of money. You don't need to ever worry about your phone service stopping ever again. It was the seniors in the group who had helped him add call value. Wait, senior. A bit of money wouldn't happen to be 10 million, right? Song Shuhang quickly replied. Millimeter. It's this sum. Did you receive it? As Drunk Moon resident said this, there was blatantly the aura of a nouveau riche. Senior, is there a need to be so extreme? It's too much. What Song Shuhang now felt was like the first half of his web name, Great Pressure. Just so that he didn't have to worry about phone service stopping ever again? Then he added a call value of 10 million for him. The call value in this phone was already more than all the assets of ordinary families. Too much? That's not so. Our group members regularly call each other from halfway across the world. Our call charges are a lot every year. With other expenditures, phones have 10 million is about the call value for 1 or 200 years. It'll be used up very fast. Drunk Moon resident replied. It'll be used up in 1 or 200 years? And very quickly? Song Shuhang used strength to hit the tree beside him. He tried to cool down. Did the seniors in the group use centuries as a unit of time? I can't keep up. A month before he was still an ordinary person, and he completely couldn't keep up with the thinking of the seniors in the group. Some small money of the mortal realm. There's no need to be flustered. Talisman Mansion Master Seven Lives forcefully cut in, and asked a question. Also, little friend Shuhang. How much benefit did you gain from that Blood God Evil Saber formation? To me, this isn't a little bit of money. Although it really was a small sum to the seniors in the group, but could you try to understand me, who was just an ordinary citizen not long ago? All right. To get the seniors to understand him wasn't realistic. He had to work hard himself, and catch up with their way of thinking. Song Shuhang tried his best to calm his feelings, and reply the question of Talisman Mansion Master Seven Lives. There were gains. In that formation, the chi and blood in my heart acupoint increased by a large amount, up till now. I expect with about 10 or so amounts of chi and blood, the 100 Days Foundation establishment can be competed. My body also obtained strengthening. Finally, there's a Blood God Jewel. After stopping for a while, Song Shuhang typed, however seniors, this Blood God Jewel. Can I change it to other items that suit me more? It's fine whether it's medicinal pills, techniques, magical treasures or talismans. This Blood God Jewel kept having an uncomfortable feeling in his hand. Also, Haddon young Master Hai had a very confident look on his face as he said, if I have the time, I'll pay a visit and trade back the Blood God Jewel. At that time, let him go visit one of the seniors, and try to trade back the Blood God Jewel. Ha ha. I've been waiting for this sentence of yours. Talisman Mansion Master Seven Lives had a toothy smile emoticon, as he continued. After some time, wait for me to teach these primitives on this island how to recognize Chinese, then I'll go look for you. At that time I'll bring you to take a look at my treasury, and let you choose some items of the same value, to trade for this Blood God Jewel of yours. The Blood God Jewel wasn't just a valuable material for refinement, but also a good material for the production of the ink for the creation of high-grade talismans. Every stroke for high-grade talismans needed a special ink. For example, the golden talisman Soft Feathers had used at that time, had its talisman creation ink made from the blood of a single horned flood dragon into the flood dragon ink. Talisman Mansion Master Seven Lives just happened to need this Blood God Jewel. At this time, Loose Cultivator North River laughed. Looks like fellow Deus Seven Lives I'm about to make some breakthroughs for your Tao of Talismans. Hee, recently I accidentally got some inspirations. I want to take this chance to create high-grade talismans to break through this bottleneck for the Tao of Talismans. At the same time, I want to break through to the rank 5 Spirit Emperor realm. If I drag on my ascension on longer, I'll be chased up to by my juniors. Talisman Mansion Master Seven Lives laughed as he replied. He actually could have long since formed his gold core, and ascend to rank 5 Spirit Emperor. But it was just that to form a more perfect core, he had suppressed his realm, and dragged things until now. The gold core realm was grouped into grades of 3, 6 and 9 as well. It was based on the number of dragon patterns on the gold core, and split into 9 grades. The greater the number of dragon patterns, the higher the grade of the gold core. The higher the grade of the core, the further down the path a cultivator could walk in the future. Frankly speaking, a gold core with 1 to 3 patterns would stay as rank 5 Spirit Emperor if they had no miraculous encounters. As for 4 to 6 patterns, as long as they didn't fall, they could basically rise to the rank 6 True Monarch realm, with even hope of reaching the rank 7 Venerable realm. And if one wanted to go further, to make one's power felt before others, and ascend to the rank 8 Profound Saint realm, one needed a gold core with at least 7 patterns. Talisman Mansion Master 7 Libs was suppressing himself for a 7-pattern gold core. Also, no one in the 9 provinces number 1 group had a gold core with fewer than 7 patterns. They were all outstanding figures among rank 5 Spirit Emperors. Alright. Then I'll wait for Senior's good news. Song Shuhang quickly replied. Then, the various seniors, I'll be going for a rest first. Wait! Wait, little friend Shuhang. Loose Cultivator North River said quickly. Song Shuhang sent a question mark. There's something I need to tell you. True Monarch Mount Huang was contacted by True Monarch White. True Monarch White will come out of secluded meditation in about 20 days. At that time, True Monarch Mount Huang will send Little Friend the location of where True Monarch White will come out from. Little Friend remember to receive True Monarch White at that time. Loose Cultivator North River said quickly. The seniors in the group all quietened down. They were afraid Song Shuhang would reject. If True Monarch Mount Huang was angered at that time and made everyone draw lots, it would be terrible. Oh. Alright, no problem. At that time just notify me of where True Monarch White is and it'll be fine. Song Shuhang replied. Then seniors, if there's nothing else I'll go back and rest first. He just wanted to go and have a good shower now, then have a beautiful sleep. Today, his body and mind was completely exhausted. Go then. Have a good rest. We all think highly of you. Loose Cultivator North River said. Song Shuhang nodded. He carefully kept his phone. Don't think this phone was just 1,000 silver yuan. Inside it had a call value of 10 million. November 6th. Tuesday. In the day, Song Shuhang and Tubo went to hand up the fees to learn driving. Next would be waiting for the coach to call them to learn to drive. Tubo had already contacted all his connections. Today they would hand up the fees, and tomorrow the coach could call them to learn to drive. Within 1 week they could participate in their indoor test. If they passed, they could go for their public road driving test. If their luck was good, they could get their license within 20 days. This was a peaceful day. Nothing messy happened. Millimeter, during class, little Miss Lu Fei had openly been next to Song Shuhang freeloading air con. After dinner, the 3 roommates of the dormitory all got busy with their own things. Jiao Momo was dragged away by Yuga Zhongyang. Supposedly in these 2 days, they had started meeting up with Yuga Zhongyang's first fiancé candidate. Yang De continued to be busy with creating a new computer program. Tubo had also been lost in a game these few days. Thus, Song Shuhang just happened to be able to have the free time to cultivate. He went to the apartment Medicine Master had bought and started to cultivate. First was a round of Vajra Foundational Fist technique, then was using True Self meditation to guide the Qi and blood. Today's cultivation was particularly relaxed. He didn't use any Qi and blood pills, but he still managed to practice 9 times of Vajra Foundational Fist technique. In the period of foundation establishment, the more the amount of Qi and blood in the heart acupoint, there would be feedback to the body, allowing the cultivator's body to strengthen. And Song Shuhang's body had gotten an additional strengthening from the Blood God Evil Saber formation at the Moon Saber sect. With the current strength of his body, training 14 or 15 rounds in one shot wouldn't require Qi and blood pills. After 9 times of Vajra Foundational Fist technique ended, Song Shuhang suddenly felt his heart acupoint heat up. The Qi and blood is overflowing. Song Shuhang's mind moved, and he urgently used the True Self meditation to guide the Qi and blood into his heart acupoint. This thread of Qi and blood was guided into the heart acupoint. It became the straw that broke the camel's back. The qi and blood in the heart acupoint opened the heart acupoint, overflowing. The acupoint opened by itself. The 100 Days Foundation establishment was officially completed. At this moment, he could be considered to have truly stepped into the ranks of cultivators. Song Shuhang opened his eyes, and his vitality, qi, and spirit all changed qualitatively. About 500 kilometers south from the Jiangnan area, there was a city called Nanhua Lake. Linyao village was located at Nanhua Lake City. In the village, there was a famous nameless Daoist temple. Because this Daoist temple was famous far and wide, every year many believers would come from various places to make a pilgrimage, but this Daoist temple didn't have a name. Over the course of time, people called it the Nameless Daoist Temple. The Nameless Daoist Temple wasn't big, and the one it enshrined and worshipped wasn't the three pure ones. It was instead a nameless immortal sage. This immortal sage was an extremely handsome man who was sitting cross-legged. He was peacefully sitting on the stone platform, and was extremely lifelike. Supposedly, this immortal sage had been discovered several hundred years ago during a large drought. According to legend, that had been a large drought that would not be seen for decades. It hadn't rained a drop for half a year. The river water had dried up. The villagers also had total crop failure, and were about to die due to hunger and thirst. They were futilely creating wells at various places, and were hoping to find at least one wellspring. But the villagers had created at least 40 wells, but had no gains. As they were at their most desperate, they had dug up a lifelike statue as they were digging wells. This was the origin of the Nameless Daoist Temple. It wasn't carved by human hands, and was of the highest quality. Of course, there were villagers to believe this immortal sage figure was buried very, very long ago by ancient people. Anyways, the desperate villagers had worshipped this immortal sage figure. It had been miraculous, speaking of which. On the second day after worship, the heavy downpour had come down. There was a welcome rain after a long drought. It was a great rejoicing in one's life. And thus, this temple for the nameless immortal sage became famous like this. Even now, after a while, there would be rumors of villagers having their wishes realized. The fame of this nameless immortal sage temple became greater and greater. At this time, the Daoist temple had several worshippers secretly talking. Do you feel like the nameless immortal sage has become even more lifelike recently? You also have this feeling? I keep feeling as if this nameless immortal sage will come to life anytime, and ascend to the heavens. And I keep feeling this nameless immortal sage looks better and better. Whether it was male or female, they would have this kind of feeling. The entire idol became better and better looking, releasing endless charm. TN note, if anybody's interested, a translated interview about CCG's author, and about CCG's manhua. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 143, The Dormitory's Unexpected Visitor. Chapter 143, The Dormitory's Unexpected Visitor. The heart acupoint had been filled up with qi and blood. When the conditions are right, success will follow naturally, and the acupoint will open by itself. After the heart acupoint opened, cultivators could truly grasp the power of qi and blood in their body. They could then unleash power that exceeded the human limit. When the power of qi and blood was strong enough, bare-handedly twisting metal and the like could be achieved. In the sea of consciousness, the true self had become more solid and real, revealing the qualities of a cultivator. Song Shuhang stood up, taking light breaths. He began to recall the scene at that time in the illusionary world of the Vajra Foundation fist technique of the master with a naked upper half putting to good use the fist technique. A simple fist technique could in the hands of that master release fists in curves, with straights amongst the curves. It could have great strength and profound power, with the fists like cannons. It could be as gentle as the breeze, coupling strength and gentleness. Before opening the heart acupoint, Song Shuhang couldn't have so easily freely did as he intended like that. But now, perhaps he could give it a try after opening his heart acupoint. He could feel the qi and blood energy that was constantly flowing out. With the beating of his heart, the qi and blood energy was sent to every part of the body. After circulating around in the body, the qi and blood energy would get stronger and return to the heart acupoint. With this circulation, as long as Song Shuhang was still alive and kicking, the qi and blood energy in his body would slowly get stronger. And as the qi and blood energy revolved around his body, Song Shuhang could feel the state of every muscle in his body as well their explosive power. This was a realm about grasping the state of one's body. Song Shuhang once again took up the starting position of the Vajra Foundation fist technique, his muscles half taut and half relaxed. He could faintly feel himself in harmony with his surroundings, and his entire body had an easy and smooth feeling that couldn't be described. Holding his breath, concentrating his attention, and a fist was launched. The speed wasn't fast, but there was booming sounds of explosions. It was heavier compared to the booming sounds of Song Shuhang's full-force blows in the past. A casual punch, and every movement or action, all had the effect of manipulating the power of the spiritual energy in heaven and earth, just like chanting that fist technique chant in the past. Only after he finished a set of Vajra Foundation fist technique, from start to finish, did Song Shuhang exhale a long breath. This was a true completion of one setter within one breath. With this heavy breath, every muscle in his body trembled slightly. His body had been adjusted to a perfectly healthy state. Song Shuhang only then showed a satisfied smile. Today's cultivation came to an end here. Although he could rely on blood and qi pills to train a few more rounds, Song Shuhang didn't plan to cultivate any further. Haste brings no success. After just finishing his foundation establishment, he needed a period of time to adapt to his current body condition, to completely grasp his current body. Sharpening the axe won't interfere with cutting wood. After a shower, Song Shuhang took out the black suitcase he had obtained from Altar Master. Then, he put the blood god jewel he had obtained yesterday inside. Then he put that treasure saber he had obtained from the Moon Saber sect leader together with the black suitcase. The saber had its name inscribed on it. Tyrant Breaker. The saber was 1.1 meters long. The body of the saber was burnt by the tribulation flames, and had completely become black. The originally beautiful treasure saber had become a black and swarthy black saber. However, after being burnt by the tribulation flames, the controls and the spiritual imprints left behind by the Moon Saber sect leader had been completely cleared away. Now, this saber had become a completely ownerless item. It'll be great if this saber could have a concealing formation like Senior Medicine Master's flying sword. That way I could have it on my body at any time. Song Shuhang hiddenly sighed. He really liked this saber, and really wished to have it on him at all times. Unfortunately, this saber was a sharp object, and if it wasn't concealed, it'll be confiscated by the policeman uncles. Perhaps he may also have to suffer the criminal charge of carrying restricted sharp tools. He put these treasures into the apartment safe. Medicine Master's home had the protection of the formations he had erected. There was no need to worry about thieves making a visit. It couldn't be safer storing the items here. Then Song Shuhang took Great Master Tongxuan's flying sword, and returned in the direction of the Jiangnan University City. This flying sword needed to be mailed back to Great Master Tongxian. He had already contacted Little Monk 3 days on the chat software to tell him the news that the flying sword had been found. On the way, Song Shuhang gave a call to Sima Jiang. "Hey, Little Jiang? Ha ha, I contacted you so late. Are your injuries better? Millimeter. Can you make a trip here? I want to send the delivery from that time again." In the phone, Sima Jiang quickly answered. "No problem. Do I still go to Jiangnan University City? All right. I understand. I'll be there immediately." Sima Jiang had originally worried that Song Shuhang would no longer patronize his business anymore. With this call, he finally relaxed. "For have you come with me?" Sima Jiang called out. If this time the delivery was robbed again, he would really not have the face to see anyone anymore. "Mr. Sima, how do we deal with the thief?" The bespectacled man in a western suit pushed up his spectacles as he asked. "Keep him locked up for now. Wait for me to ask Song Shuhang and see his thoughts." Sima Jiang brought 4 big fellows in Western suits, talking as he walked. On the way back to the university city, Song Shuhang unexpectedly met 2 acquaintances. The 2-meter-tall Nan Haoming and the thin and weak Lin Dao. Lin Dao was the senior who had sold information about Song Shuhang in that altar master incident. After that, he had suffered a face-breaking punch of friendship from Song Shuhang. Song Shuhang saw them at the turn. Because of the angle, the other 2 didn't see him. It seemed the other 2 had only encountered each other by chance. Nan Haoming showed a brilliant smile. He went towards Lin Dao to meet him. "Student Lin Dao, have you repaired your broken teeth?" Lin Dao's face still had some slight swelling. His expression was gloomy, but he still fawningly replied. "Repaired, it's been repaired." However, because he had needed to repair relatively more teeth, that unexpected fortune from a while ago had almost been spent completely. This was tantamount to having no profit, and even having half his teeth broken by someone else for nothing. Lin Dao was really bitter in his heart. It's good if you've repaired it. Technology is really advanced now, you can't even tell it's fake teeth. That's right, you wouldn't have complained to the school authorities, right? You and me aren't little children anymore. We are all adults, and we are at fault, we need to bear the responsibility, right? Nan Haoming gave a kind-hearted smile, patting Lin Dao's shoulder. No. Of course not. Lin Dao put strength into shaking his head. If you didn't, that's good. You and I can be considered to have become friends through an exchange of blows. After having a fight, we got to know each other through fate. Nan Haoming being a chatterbox was something Song Shuhang had already known when meeting him the first time. And this fellow didn't know himself. He was obviously a chatterbox, but he still didn't want to admit it. Let's be friends in the future. Of course, you don't want to become friends through an exchange of blows again, right? So, let past matters scatter with the wind. The various things in the past, let it vanish like smoke in thin air. It was this saying, right? Nan Haoming used force to pat Lin Dao's weak and skinny shoulder. Yes, yes. Lin Dao really wanted to cry. Who was it that especially wanted to be friends with you? Then we'll talk again in a few days. I also wish your academics go smoothly. Nan Haoming laughed ha-ha. Waving, he confidently and freely left. It seems like he was still worried about Lin Dao complaining to the school authorities, and after a few days had specially come to threaten Lin Dao. It seems like this lunkhead was surprisingly careful. Lin Dao grit his teeth. Rubbing his swelled-up face, he mumbled. If I had the power, I'll definitely screw all of you over. Bastards! As his voice just sounded, he suddenly heard someone behind him talk faintly as if he was a ghost. Millimeter. Not bad. You can still be considered to have some backbone. Lin Dao jumped in fright. Who was it that didn't even make a sound as he went behind his back? He turned and saw Song Shuhang's white and clean face. Suddenly, Lin Dao's face cramped, and he faintly felt the part that was hit a few days ago start to hurt faintly. But you need to properly train. You're now as weak as a chicken. I can crush you with one finger. When you've properly trained, come find me anytime. Finished speaking, Song Shuhang turned his head to look at the surroundings. There happened to be an old building in the process of being demolished. He came to the building's wall and held a fist up. Regulating his strength, he lightly punched at the wall. Dong! It was a very loud sound. The wall was full of cracks. It was simply like if it had been smashed by a giant hammer. Song Shuhang nodded his head in satisfaction. He turned towards Lin Dao. Millimeter saw that? When you train to that level, then you're more or less able to come to me for revenge. Lin Dao's eyes were dazed, and stared at the cracks on the wall, silent for very long. Until after Song Shuhang had left far off, Lin Dao then walked to the wall, and pushed again at it. This wall that was about to be demolished wasn't a Tofu Dreg Project 1, a poorly constructed building. It was one properly built, and its quality was good. Lin Dao's legs felt like jelly. 10 minutes later, Jiangnan University City, the male dormitory. Sima Jiang received that delivery from Song Shuhang once again. This time he carefully put this delivery into a black suitcase that was obviously high-tech at first glance. "Little Jiang, I'll be troubling you for this delivery," Song Shuhang said. Sima Jiang candidly smiled. He was smart to not ask how this package had made its way back to Song Shuhang. Before going, Sima Jiang asked, "That's right, student Shuhang. How do I deal with that thief I caught that time?" "Oh, that fellow who got his legs broken? Do as you see fit. If you think it's too troublesome, throw him into jail," Song Shuhang replied after he thought about it. Speaking of jail, he still didn't know how that Western monk was. Where could he find out about news regarding the Western monk? "I understand. This time, I will definitely send your delivery for you. Rest assured," Sima Jiang said energetically. "I believe you." Song Shuhang waved his hand. He kept feeling very guilty inside. Sima Jiang had been embroiled into unexpected bad luck because of him. If there was a chance in the future, he had to think of a way to make it up to him. After seeing off Sima Jiang, Song Shuhang returned to his dormitory. His 3 roommates still hadn't returned. Ever since Yangda had rented somewhere outside, he kept feeling the dormitory wasn't so lively anymore. Should he raise a pet? No way, no way, the student dormitory didn't allow pets to be raised. While thinking, Song Shuhang pushed open the dormitory door. Then, he saw a giant tail with towering fur. It was huge, and it looked as big as a floor-type electric fan. Song Shuhang decisively closed the door, before he used strength to rub his eyes. His heart had an ominous feeling. After a deep breath, he then opened the dormitory door again. This time, he saw a giant Pekingese, wagging its tongue at him acting cute. 1. https://en.wikipedia.org/wiki/tofu-dreg_project. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 144, Giant Dog, Borrowing Your Chat Account to Use. Chapter 144, Giant Dog, Borrowing Your Chat Account to Use. Song Shuhang summoned up his courage to enter the dormitory. He then locked the dormitory door on the way in. It was possible that there was only one such big Pekingese dog in the world. Without doubt, the one before his eyes was the Pekingese giant demon dog which had been chasing Devil Monarch Anji around yesterday, and gave him a vicious bite at the end. This proved that for things like dogs, the smaller they were, the cuter they were. Even if it was a dog with various mixed bloods, it would still be chubby when it was just born, and very cute. Nevertheless, when the small dog grew up, a large majority would become completely uncute. Even if it was the small dog breeds like a Pekingese, when they grew bigger than 5 meters, they would lose any relation with the word cute. The giant Pekingese demon dog was squatting there, its tongue lolling out as it panted. It was just like a normal dog. Actually, for a demon dog of this rank, it wouldn't be afraid of the heat, so why would it need to loll its tongue? In that instant, Song Shuhang's mind thought of the method of the immortal farming sector's shout towards large demon dogs, "Screw your mother. If you have the guts, come eat me." Millimeter, he wasn't adorably foolish. He wouldn't do this. "Nice to meet you." Song Shuhang gathered his courage to wave at the giant Pekingese demon dog. "Hoo-hoo-hoo." The giant Pekingese tilted his head. It was a pose that could have been very cute if it was smaller by several tens of times. "You can understand me, right? I know high-ranking demon beasts have intelligence." Song Shuhang saw that this giant demon beast didn't have the intention to attack him, so he temporarily sighed in relief. The giant Pekingese demon dog changed its angle, and continued to tilt its head and act cute. "He doesn't understand standard Chinese one?" Song Shuhang asked suspiciously. This giant demon dog definitely had intelligence. It wouldn't be any less than a human. This could be seen from the ridiculing look in its eyes when it was facing the immortal farming sect members. However, demon dogs aren't humans, and didn't have a 9-year compulsory education system. Perhaps what it spoke was some weird area's dialect. So it didn't understand standard Chinese? So, when that immortal farming sect disciple had been courting death in front of that giant demon dog, saying, "Screw your mother. If you have the guts, come eat your granddaddy," it simply hadn't understood? So, it spared those 2 immortal farming sect disciples? Song Shuhang began to feel this was more and more likely. Then, it used the expressions and tone of humans to infer the meaning of what was being said? Thinking to this point, Song Shuhang had a sudden thought. He thought of a joke he had seen not long before. So, he had a slight smile on its face. Using a gentle tone, he said, "Hello, is your mother a big monkey, too?" When the giant Pekingese demon dog heard this, it no longer acted cute. Its head was no longer tilted, and it retracted its tongue. A ridiculing look appeared in its eyes again. Then, it used a smooth Beijing dialect accent to reply. "Your mother is a gorilla." Woof! Song Shuhang was speechless. This Pekingese demon dog had really bad taste. After the giant Pekingese demon dog had finished speaking, it then stuck out its tongue and began to make hoo-hoo-hoots panting sounds, and looked at Song Shuhang with an expressionless face, and even rolled its eyes. Song Shuhang sighed. He took off his shoes and went to the dormitory bedroom. At the same time, he became more relaxed. This giant demon dog still knew to make jokes with him, so at least it wouldn't eat him, right? He came to the bedroom, and the giant Pekingese demon dog also followed. "Did you come find me for anything?" After Song Shuhang thought for very long, he couldn't think of how to address this giant Pekingese demon dog. "Millimeter. I came to ask some questions." Human language came out of the mouth of this giant Pekingese demon dog again. "Did you come into contact with Medicine Master recently?" Song Shuhang was immediately on the alert, his mind thinking about how to best reply. No need to deny it. The truth was that a few days ago I could already the scent of Medicine Master on you. Millimeter, I also smelled that little lass of the Su clan on you yesterday, and then that fellow Su clan's Chi. The giant Pekingese demon dog seemed to be very familiar, and went through the names of the cultivators Song Shuhang had come into contact with recently. When Song Shuhang had heard to this point, his mind flashed. "You're the precious giant demon dog that ran away from True Monarch Mount Huang's home." He still remembered how when he had just entered the group members had said True Monarch Mount Huang had been very busy those few days. His precious giant demon dog had run away from home again. At that time Song Shuhang had thought the seniors in the group were all Chinibya, and thought it had been a pet dog of True Monarch Mount Huang that had run away from home. Millimeter. Now it seemed that it really was a pet dog. Pekingese was indeed a breed of pet dog. It was just that the one that True Monarch Mount Huang had was a tad bigger. Woof! The giant Pekingese demon dog tilted its head, a look of annoyance on its face. Don't ask why Song Shuhang could tell a look of annoyance from a dog's face. Anyways, he could magically tell so. "True Monarch Mount Huang didn't bring you back last time?" Song Shuhang asked suspiciously. Recently True Monarch Mount Huang had kept appearing online. He had thought the giant demon dog had been found already. Woof! The giant Pekingese demon dog tilted his head to another direction, continuing to coldly harumph in annoyance. Song Shuhang secretly sighed. Millimeter, with such a pet dog, True Monarch Mount Huang was also quite pitiful. "So, what did you look for me for?" Song Shuhang asked. "I'm looking for Medicine Master. I want him to make some medicinal pills as snacks." The giant Pekingese demon dog continued to act cute. "So yesterday I followed you, to look for Medicine Master. After following and following, until the hospital. Then, some unknown bastard released some poison gas bomb. I wasn't taking notice and suffered the attack. It was so disgusting I couldn't eat for a whole day." Woof woof! The corners of Song Shuhang's mouth cramped. That wouldn't be the stink pill he himself released, right? "So, I'm asking you, where is Medicine Master now?" the giant Pekingese demon dog asked. Medicine Master seems to suddenly have something on, and went to help a few friends treat their illness. His friends had some problems while adventuring, and seemed to have lost their memories. So, Medicine Master will only be back in a few days. If you're not in a rush, you can come back in a few days to look for him. Song Shuhang replied. The giant Pekingese demon dog thought about it. Then that's all right. I'll look for him a few days later. Finally, are you a new member of the 9 Provinces #1 group? With relations to Medicine Master, and contact with that fellow Su Clan Chi. But I've never seen you before in the chat. Song Shuhang nodded. Millimeter. I am indeed a newly added member of the 9 Provinces #1 group. Then that's good. Lend me your account. Can I chat for a few sentences? Woof woof. The giant Pekingese demon dog got excited, and its tail began to wag at high speed. Chat? Song Shuhang looked at that small computer. Looking at that over 5 meters large giant Pekingese. With a light tap of its paws, his computer would shatter and need to be sent to the recycling center, right? I can shrink. When it saw Song Shuhang's gaze, the giant Pekingese demon dog immediately understood. Its body flashed. In the white light, it quickly became the size of a normal Pekingese. With this size, it was actually really cute. How is it? My transformation is really cool, right? Come, switch on the account and enter the account. The Pekingese cheerfully jumped about. All right. Song Shuhang switched on the computer but didn't enter the account on the desktop chat software. He instead found an independent chat software backup from a folder in the E-Drive. He used that to log in. Ever since the incident with Alter Master, he had become more careful with regards to his identity as a cultivator. He had prepared various protections on his computer. He didn't dare leave the records of his account login on his computer. He used the methods used in internet cafes. When he logged out, it would automatically delete the chat account records. After typing in the account password and logging into the chat software, he then turned around to let the giant demon dog use the computer. He was still on the alert. After all, whether the Pekingese was the one that belonged to true monarch Mount Huang was merely a guess. The Pekingese demon dog happily climbed onto the computer table. It seemed that after becoming small, even its mass had decreased. Or else this computer table would have long since broken down. Then, it familiarly used its paws to open the window for the 9 Provinces #1 group. Then, it even used the 5-stroke input method to type. My God, it's even using the 5-stroke input method to type. I myself use Pinyin. Song Shuhang thought in his heart. While thinking, the Pekingese demon dog had already tapped a whole stream of words, and was also very fast at typing. 9 Provinces #1 group. Great pressure of Mount Books, at true monarch Mount Huang, you big foolish idiot. Come out. If you have the guts, come out. Song Shuhang began to have cold sweat that he couldn't stop. Loose Cultivator North River was the first to reply. He asked a question suspiciously. Little friend Shuhang? True monarch Mount Huang. Great pressure of Mount Books, waha, I've escaped again. How about it? Big foolish idiot Mount Huang. Come bite me. Song Shuhang silently watched as the Pekingese demon dog typed at lightning speed. If Senior Medicine Master saw this, he would surely be crying until he fainted in the toilet. Loose Cultivator North River? Roam Cloud Monk Tongxian. Medicine Master. Then there was a long row of seniors, who were using ellipses to maintain group formation. There was no need to say it. They had guessed the reason. True monarch Mount Huang's precious giant demon dog had ran away from home again. It had even ran over to little friend Shuhang's place. It was using little friend Shuhang's account to chat online. Little Dodo 3, don't make trouble anymore. True monarch Mount Huang replied. Che. I want to make trouble. What can you do to me? If you have the ability, come bite me, come bite me. The Pekingese cheerfully used strength to tap on the keyboard. When this had just been sent, System notification, asterisk 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 asterisk, great pressure of Mount Books has been blocked by chat admin True Monarch Mount Huang for 1 day. He was banned. These few days, True Monarch Mount Huang had been using the great banning art more times than the entire whole of last month. Just thinking about it made Song Shuhang feel tired for him. Fudge, big idiot Mount Huang, you dare block me. Woof woof woof. The giant Pekingese demon dog raged. If I was True Monarch Mount Huang, I'll definitely ban you. No, I'll definitely consider having dog meat hot pot for dinner. This was what Song Shuhang thought in secret. That wasn't right. Wait. This account was mine. At this time, in the 9 Provinces #1 group, True Monarch Mount Huang sent a message. Little friend Shuhang, I'll have to trouble you for a while about little Dodo. Wait for me to finish my matters here. In at most 2 months, I'll hurry to your place and retrieve it. Before that, don't let little Dodo run off. Song Shuhang looked at the giant Pekingese demon dog. Then he looked at his thin arms and tiny legs. Look after little Dodo? He felt there was absolutely no hope for this task. The Pekingese demon dog turned to look at Song Shuhang. Woof woof, big idiot Mount Huang, how is this rookie supposed to watch me? Song Shuhang felt the veins on his forehead began to bulge. 1. https://en.m.wikipedia.org/wiki/standard_Chinese. 2. This is a Chinese joke that is about making fun of those that don't understand the language. 3. Dodo means bin in English. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 145, Another Emergency Delivery. Chapter 145, Another Emergency Delivery. Because Song Shuhang had had his account banned by True Monarch Mount Huang, it couldn't happily chat, so the Pekingese Dodo jumped off from the computer table. It then climbed onto Song Shuhang's bed, and boredly began to roll around. Since when they had first met, it had never calmed down. Song Shuhang looked at it and stared carefully for a long time. Was this giant demon dog Dodo really a Pekingese breed, and not from some funny ancestry? This level of liveliness was a bit too excessive. After the Pekingese Dodo had rolled around for very long, it suddenly stood up and spoke sternly to Song Shuhang. Sigh. Little friend Shuhang, from today onwards I'll protect you. Song Shuhang laughed dryly, saying, thanks. No problem. You can call me Dodo. Don't call me little Dodo. That's Big Fool Mount Huang's special address. Millimeter, if you think you're a big fool as well, I'll also acknowledge you calling me little Dodo. After the Pekingese Dodo finished speaking, it began to roll about on the bed again. From the top to the bottom of the bed, rolling in circles, rolling vertically and rolling horizontally, it had good bed rolling skills. There were various fancy ways of rolling, and it was never repeated from start to finish. All right, Dodo, Song Shuhang said. In front of the computer, he casually flipped through the news records of the 9 Provinces #1 group. He wanted to see the records of yesterday. Yesterday his phone had been out of service for a while, and he hadn't noticed what the seniors in the group had chatted about. Then, Song Shuhang went up and went through tens of pages, and it was all about the seniors in the group chatting about how is the scenery at the East Sea, 3 waves have you eaten? What did you eat, as well as which holiday village is better to play at, questions etc. So much. There was so much. Weird. Why did the seniors chat so much yesterday? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. In the past, the seniors in the group would chat about things relating to cultivation and exploring ancient cultivator ruins. But the chat records yesterday were about this and that, where anything was chatted about. And the chats were slightly baffling. After going up for a few more pages, all the chat records were all torrential flooding. Song Shuhang no longer went up anymore. Loose cultivator Northrivers talking nonsense to do battle was a great success. Song Shuhang didn't persist until the chat records where the group members talked about True Monarch White. Song Shuhang then opened the group space. He opened his game farm and ranch to manage it. He took a look at the list. Every day, the number of seniors who spent time coming to him to steal vegetables were not few. Were these seniors also bored? The Pekingese Dodo was extremely bored. Getting up, he asked, "Shuhang, Woof, are there any games installed on your computer?" "Oh, there is one, but it's very old," Song Shuhang replied. This was the battle game, where one attacked the opponent's base to win, and where his 3 roommates had used a bot Yangda created as an alt account. This game was almost a decade old. "Let me play." Woof woof. On the bed, the Pekingese Dodo jumped and got up. "All right." Song Shuhang closed the chat software on the computer. He logged onto that game. The Pekingese Dodo jumped onto the computer and made its body slightly bigger. Its left paw pressed on the keyboard and its right hand was on the mouse. Woof woof. Let's have some fun. Let's have some fun. This image really was too perfect. Song Shuhang couldn't bear to look straight at it. In Legends, having the teammate that was a primary school student already screwed the team over enough already. But it was unexpected that there would something that screw over the team even more. Could you imagine how you would feel when your teammate was a dog? This was perhaps the feeling of a true dog's hit day? Looking at the dog that was having fun, Song Shuhang thought of a question and asked it. "Dodo, after you shrink, can ordinary people see you?" He was worried that when his roommates came back, they would see a dog on the computer playing games. Would they believe it if he made an introduction of this dog as being one specially trained? "Don't worry, us demon beasts won't be seen by ordinary people if we don't want to." Dodo didn't turn back its head, its paw tapping a papa on the keyboard. The mouse also flew back and forth, and it was playing with proper form. Song Shuhang nodded his head relieved. Time passed very fast. 7 days later, the 18th of June. The medicine master that the Pekingese Dodo never forgot, still hadn't come back yet. Medicine Master's treatment of the 4 fellow Daoists' amnesia didn't go smoothly, and still hadn't found the cause of their loss of memories up till now. The head area of the 4 fellow Daoists didn't suffer any harm, nor did their memory abilities suffer any damage. There also wasn't any obvious methods of memory seals found. But they just couldn't remember any more memories of the time they were on the mysterious island. Based on the conjectures of Medicine Master and other seniors in the group, the memories of these fellow Daoists were most likely sealed by a powerful cultivator. If it was really so, then they had to be careful. 2 of these fellow Daoists were rank 5 Spirit Emperors, experts of the Gold Core stage. How powerful was a powerhouse who could seal their memories? Now, Medicine Master had invited several experts of the cultivation world that specialized in e-memories, spiritual energy and seals to research this amnesia. Medicine Master had said in the chat that this amnesia of the 4 fellow Daoists was expected to take at least half a year. Jiang Xian frowned and asked, "Medicine Master, is their loss of memories really so hard to recover?" "Ah, it is hard to treat. Also, in truth, I don't have much confidence in recovering their memories." Medicine Master sighed. Jiang Xian asked, "Are we going to stay here until we treat their amnesia?" "That's no need for that. I expect in about 10 or so days, we can at least confirm the cause of the amnesia. Then we'll research how to recover it. Then we'll have to consider at length, and we won't need to keep staying here." Medicine Master frowned, repeatedly checking some data on a journal. "Then after we confirm the illness, will we return to Jiangnan University City?" Jiang Xian asked. She still wanted to be together with Medicine Master in that small apartment. Little friend Shuhang was also good at understanding others. He wouldn't often come and bother her and Medicine Master's 2-people world. "We can't go back." "Doubtful. Recently it seemed that no one had said they wanted to send something to him. He also hadn't ordered anything online. And it was even one as tall as a human? I'll immediately return to Jiangnan University City. Go directly to the dormitory to wait for me, little Jiang." Song Shuhang replied. 1. Heavenly eyes was an ability of the Caucasian monk. It was mentioned offhand in chapter 83. TN note, the words, Yao, that was translated by the previous TL as devil dog has been translated as demon dog now by me. If anyone is interested in the reasoning behind the change, here are 2 articles by RWX of Wuxia World and Saint on the topic. The one by RWX in particular, written 1.5 years ago, was the reason for the change. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 146, Accompany me for a walk. Chapter 146, Accompany me for a walk. On the way, Song Shuhang took out his phone again. He opened the 9 Provinces #1 group. There wasn't any seniors who mentioned they were sending him something? It wouldn't be Soft Feathers sending something again, right? He remembered 3 days before, they had met in the group. She had suddenly asked if he wanted Spirit Jade Vein tea. As Spirit Butterfly Island had just picked a new batch of Spirit Jade Vein tea leaves, and she had personally picked a small amount herself. Then she had happily gone online and said when the Spirit Jade Vein tea leaves was finished manufacturing, she wanted to gift Song Shuhang some. Song Shuhang had happily agreed at that time. If it was just a little tea leaves, there was no problem accepting this small gift. But when hearing about this box as tall as a person, Song Shuhang had some faint worry in his heart. Soft Feathers was a bit of a nouveau riche. All the seniors in the group agreed on this. If that's a little tea leaves she spoke of was a box as tall as a human, then the favor he owed was really too big. Speaking of Miss Soft Feathers, she was still making a desperate attempt at the 5-element spirit contract altar. She was very talented in cultivation. At a young age she was already at the rank 3 Hutian realm. But it seemed that all her talent was in cultivation. Her pill refining, formations and talisman creation weren't that praiseworthy. She had already researched the 5-element spirit contract altar for half a month. She had tried 4 times within this period, and had failed each time. She still hadn't succeeded to this day. Whenever they met recently in the group, she would often be sulky over this matter. It was because Soft Feathers had failed 4 times consecutively that Song Shuhang hadn't dared to attempt to contract the spirit ghost. He only had 2 tries. When he failed he would have to find the materials for the 5-element spirit contract altar himself. Who knew how long he would take to collect so many materials? While thinking nonsense, Song Shuhang had already reached the male dormitory. Sima Jiang had already been here for very long. The truth was that he had been when he had called Song Shuhang, he had already been waiting at the male dormitory entrance. 4 muscular men in black western suits were guarding an around 1.8 meter tall giant box. Little Jiang, you've all had to wait so long for me. It's been hard on you. Song Shuhang said sourly. No problem, we just reached. Sima Jiang said candidly. Come, sign here. Song Shuhang nodded. He signed his name, then opened the dormitory door. Need us to help you carry it in? Sima Jiang called out. After all, this box was big, and it wouldn't be easy for one person to drag it in. But just as he was halfway through his words, Song Shuhang bent over. His 2 arms hugging one end of that box. He easily lifted it up horizontally, just as easily as lifting a school desk. Song Shuhang smiled as he replied. Ah? No need, it's not very heavy, I can do it alone. Sima Jiang gaped, and bid farewell to Song Shuhang. Then he brought his 4 subordinates along to the lift. That box. Was it so light? Sima Jiang murmured to himself. Although it's not that heavy. But with that length, we can do it alone if we hold it firmly. But we probably can't do it if it's holding it from one end horizontally. A black-suited man said as he thought about it. Also, that student looked to have thin arms and thin legs, and with a weak body. To think he would have such strength. He had carelessly forgotten to conceal his own strength. Song Shuhang sighed hiddenly, and carried the box into the room. After tearing open the cardboard box packaging, inside was a box made out of wood. It looked slightly like a coffin. A coffin? Who would send a coffin to him? Was it someone he offended lately? In that instant, Song Shuhang braced himself mentally. He immediately thought of that elder young Master Hyde of the Moonsaber sect. At that time, as the other side left, they had said, "If so, I'll entrust this Blood God jewel to fellow Daoist Mount Books. If I have the time, I'll pay a visit and trade back the Blood God jewel." Could it be that fellow had sent a coffin over? That fellow wanted to visit so soon? Dodo, are you here? Song Shuhang called out. Woof. What is it? The Pekingese Dodo called from the computer in the bedroom. All that could be seen was him having that game of Song Shuhang's open, and having fun playing. It had recently gotten addicted to this game. The number of teammates it had screwed over was uncountable. Come over for a while. I want to open a box. But I keep feeling something is off. Perhaps there is some kind of trick in the box. A few days ago I offended a person. Perhaps that person sent a delivery to ensnare me as revenge. Song Shuhang said cautiously. Dodo turned over and gave a sniff. Then, it spoke lazily. Open it. With me here, you at least won't die. With this, Song Shuhang relaxed slightly. He gingerly grabbed the lid of the coffin and lightly opened it. It wasn't nailed, and it was very easy to open the lid. Nothing like flying arrows shot out. Song Shuhang exhaled hiddenly and moved his head closer to take a look. Only to see a beautiful girl sleeping soundly. Her figure was petite, with shoulder-length short hair. Her features were delicate like a doll. Usher Liu? Song Shuhang called out. The box was 1.8 meters long. Removing the outer cardboard covering, the wooden box, and a thick padding of bubble wrap, it was just nice in accommodating the 1.5-meter tall Usher Liu, letting her lie comfortably inside. After hearing Song Shuhang calling out, Usher Liu bewilderedly opened her eyes. Next to the computer, Dodo disdainfully harumphed. It had long since smelt Usher Liu's smell. Usher Liu blinked and got up from the box. Oh, hi Shuhang. After rising, it could be seen that apart from her, the box also had a small jar, and an exquisite small box. Weren't you returning with Senior Archie to the Su clan to treat your injuries? Why did you escape again? Song Shuhang asked anxiously. According to what she had said, she only had a lifespan of 15 days left if her injuries weren't treated. Why wasn't she obediently staying in the Su clan to receive treatment, but instead escaping again? What's to be done if her injuries flared up again halfway through? I'm really amazing. I thought of using delivery to send myself out. I easily escaped from the Su clan again. But don't worry. This time I brought protective talismans, so there's no need to fear another attack on me. I also brought some medicinal pills to suppress my injuries. While saying, Usher Liu looked at Song Shuhang's anxiousness, and was doubtful at first. Then she extended her small hand to pat Song Shuhang, and consoled him. Don't worry, with the protective talismans, Archie can quickly find my position. He'll pick me up at night at the latest. I'm just out for half a day. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He couldn't help but look at the Pekingese Dodo, which was playing games, then look at Su clan's Usher Liu again. True Monarch Mount Huang and Senior Archie, you two have it tough. Did you escape again this time for something? Song Shuhang sighed. He could only wait for Senior Archie to come fetch her. Millimeter, there's something. Usher Liu nodded. She first handed the small jar to Song Shuhang. 100 fasting pills. I keep my promises, and I'm giving it to you. Just over this? Even if you want to fulfill your promises and return my fasting pills 100-fold, there's no need to specially escape to give it to me. Song Shuhang once again didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Usher Liu didn't reply, and her eyes fell slightly. She was silent for a long while. Then she handed over the small box. And there's still this. Spirit Jade Vein Tea as a present for you. Whatever the case, you're a cultivator now, and if you have any fellow Taoists and cultivators as guests, you at least need some Spirit Jade Vein Tea to receive them. Also, Spirit Jade Vein Tea can be given to ordinary people in small amounts to improve their bodies. You can give it to your family, but it has to be in small amounts. Song Shuhang looked at the box in Usher Liu's hands. She was suddenly gifting Spirit Jade Vein Tea, and it wouldn't be because Soft Feathers had mentioned it in the group, right? Usher Liu's black and sparkling eyes stared straight at Song Shuhang, maintaining the posture of offering the box. Thanks. Then I'll impolitely accept this. Song Shuhang could only accept the Spirit Jade Vein Tea in her hands. It wasn't good to reject her goodwill. Then, there's still some time before our Qi comes. Will you go out for a walk with me? Usher Liu gave a radiant smile. All right. Where do you want to go play? Song Shuhang asked. He had no lessons on Tuesday afternoon. Also, his driving lessons had come to a temporary close. He had already successfully passed Subject 2 together with Tubo. Now he was just waiting for the coach to notify them. They would go a few rounds on the road, then take their road test. So he had happened to be free recently. Many places. I want to go to a clothing store first, then Luotian Street area's food street. Watching a movie also isn't bad, and I also want to go to a large gaming center. We'll walk to wherever we walk to. Whatever's fun, whatever's delicious, whatever's nice to see, I want to try them all. Usher Liu beamed. After pausing for a moment, she then spoke again. Then, there's a big problem. I don't have a single cent, so I still can't return the money I owe you for the taxi yet. All right. Owing 50 is owing, and owing 5,000 is also owing. I'll pay then? Song Shuhang smiled. All right. Usher Liu gave a stretch. Then let's go. Dodo, want to come with? Song Shuhang called out to the Pekingese at the computer. As they were planning to go to the Luotian Street area, they could buy some food for Dodo at the same time. The Pekingese Dodo turned its head over. He used a silly but amusing look at Song Shuhang. After a long time, it spoke. I'm having fun. I don't want to go out and play with you. When you come back, remember to buy some beef-flavored dog food. I've always wanted to have a taste. Big Fool Mount Huang has never bought me dog food. What a big fool! Where is there a dog that doesn't eat dog food? All right. Song Shuhang replied with difficulty. Usher Liu was in a good mood and held Song Shuhang's hand. She went to the women's clothing shop first. How's this? She had changed into a cute dress with a scattered flower pattern. She gave a twirl in front of Song Shuhang. This scattered flower pattern dress suited Usher Liu's style a lot. She had an eye for picking out clothes. Fantastic! Song Shuhang gave a thumbs up. Then let's buy it. Let's continue. Usher Liu smiled. She turned around and continued to go back and forth in the sea of clothes in the women's clothing shop. The assistant at the side couldn't help but praise, this little brother, your sister is really cute. Her eye for picking clothes is also very good. Those clothes just now suited her a lot. Ha ha, thank you, thank you. Song Shuhang smiled as he paid. The Usher Liu in the sea of clothes lifted her head and looked at her reflection in the mirror and wondered, am I really so small? 1. This was originally called the 5-way spirit contract altar, and appeared in chapter 93. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 147, True Monarch, How many meanings does all kinds have? Chapter 147, True Monarch, How many meanings does all kinds have? Usher Liu had a lot of fun. She played through everything that she could think of and everything she could play. She then had a face of contentment. At nightfall, Song Shuhang accompanied her to the rooftop of the Guishan building. Usher Liu leaned on the railings, overlooking the nighttime scenery of the Jiangnan University area. There were large bundles next to her. They were the spoils of war of today's stroll. Tired? Asha Liu turned around and asked. It's still all right, Song Shuhang said. Whatever the case, he was still a cultivator who had opened his heart acupoint, with plenty of physical strength. He wasn't like those weak male leads in shows, who were close to dying after walking with a girl for half a day. Ha ha, that's a pity. Asha Liu gave a stretch. Then we'll end it for today. Archie should be more or less about to fetch me. Song Shuhang said, he'll directly come here to fetch you? It's sword flight after all. Others can't see it anyways. Asha Liu raised her head, and smiled. The money I owe you, I'll pay you back the next time we meet. All right. Song Shuhang nodded. Then it's settled. I'll pay you back the next time we meet. Asha Liu stretched. I need to go. Archie is here. As they were speaking, a streak of light flashed past. Archie seemed to move in an instant, appearing before Song Shuhang. Asha Liu laughed happily, waving. Oh, Archie, you came so slowly. Archie ruthlessly flicked her forehead without a trace of politeness. Asha Liu crouched down on the ground, hugging her forehead in pain. Archie said embarrassedly, little friend Shuhang, you've been given trouble again. That's not so. My afternoon is free anyways, Song Shuhang said. Archie laughed, then grabbed Asha Liu. The magical saber rose and transformed into a streak of light. I'll bring Asha Liu back first. We'll meet again next time. Song Shuhang gave a wave. Goodbye, senior. Wait, my things. Asha Liu made some threatening gestures. Su Clanza Chi extended his hand high into the sky and made a seizing motion. That large bundle was sucked into his hand, landing on the streak of light. By Shuhang. Asha Liu laughed happily. Millimeter, bye. Song Shuhang waved. Archie jumped lightly and stepped on the streak of light. The streak of light soared into the sky, flying higher and higher. Goodbye, Asha Liu said softly. In the next moment, it was as if all her energy was sucked out in an instant. She was limpy in Archie's hands. Archie spoke softly. Asha Liu, there's still hope. Millimeter, millimeter. I know. Asha Liu said weakly. I will give my all. Although the chances aren't high, but there is after all still a chance to live on. Archie grit his teeth, and the streak of light became even faster. Song Shuhang's smile withdrew. He looked at the far-off streak of light with some unease. He kept feeling that this trip of Asha Liu was like her completing her last wishes. Could it be that Asha Liu's injuries couldn't be treated? When he thought of this possibility, he felt a suppressed panic in his heart. Who decided life or death? Bah! Good luck. We can probably still meet again. You still owe me money after all. Song Shuhang murmured. After a long while, he went back to the male dormitory, holding a bag of beef-flavored dog food. After returning to the dormitory, Song Shuhang saw that the box used to deliver Asha Liu was shifted to a corner of the room. He didn't know how to deal with this wooden box. If it was a normal wooden box, throwing it away wouldn't matter. But this box came from Asha Liu. Perhaps it could be made from some precious wood? When he had time, he would haul it to the apartment medicine master purchased. Today the three roommates, as well as Zhuge Yangde, were all here. Tubo asked a question doubtfully when he saw Song Shuhang carrying a bag of dog food. Shuhang, you're rearing a dog? Nope, I'm helping to buy this for a friend's dog. Song Shuhang laughed as he replied, while at the same time looking at the dormitory. The demon dog Dodo was boredly rolling about on the bed. As his roommates were back, it couldn't openly play games anymore. Otherwise, wouldn't his friends be scared half to death if they saw no one at the computer but it going up a papa as a game was played? Seeing Song Shuhang return, Dodo boredly rolled its body over and stared at the dog food in his hands. Song Shuhang casually threw the dog food onto the bed. He secretly swiped his finger lightly, cutting open the bag. As long as Demon Dog Dodo was a little careful, his roommates basically wouldn't find anything abnormal. At the same time, Song Shuhang gave a large bag of snacks to his roommates. Taking a walk with Usher Liu for an entire day, he naturally wouldn't forget to bring something back to eat for his roommates. It's still a Hang who's thoughtful enough. Jiao Momo approached the large bag of snacks, laughing. Song Shuhang asked, "What are you all chatting about?" "We're chatting how to let Yuga Yongda continue to meet girls. He met the first fiancé candidate today. They hadn't even met for 10 minutes before the conversation broke down, and couldn't take the other." Jiao Momo laughed coldly. "Honestly, I understand this, miss. This lady isn't that simple. She could last 10 minutes facing Yuga Zhongyang's personality, which makes others want to ignore him, before the conversation broke down." Yuga Zhongyang shook his head. "You're just jealous of me. Jealous your granddaddy," Jiao Momo said ferociously. Song Shuhang laughed as he shook his head. He put the jar of fasting pills and spirit jade vein tea Usher Liu had given to the side. The spirit jade vein tea could be given to his roommates to drink. However, he had to first ask the seniors how many tea leaves to put for ordinary people, just in case he gave it too excessively. Jiao Momo suddenly asked, "That's right, Shuhang, did you know Lu Fei has an elder sister?" "I never asked her." Song Shuhang shook his head. That miss would at most go and sit with him during class and follow him back to the dormitory after school. Usually the two didn't have much interaction and they hadn't held hands many times. Faintly, Song Shuhang wondered, this miss wouldn't be freeloading cold air, right? One of Yuga Zhongyang's fiancé candidates is Miss Lu Fei's elder sister. A blood-related elder sister. We decided to arrange for him to meet that elder sister Lu after the holidays start. It'll be best to find some place with seaside scenery for the date. If so, even if Yuga Zhongyang and that elder sister Lu have their conversation break down, she can simply consider it as going out for a vacation. That way it won't be considered as wasting her youth. Jiao Momo smiled. "Millimeter, that's a good idea. Do you need me to pass it on to classmate Lu Fei?" Song Shuhang asked. "No rush, no rush. We're still choosing a location. The further the better. Going overseas is also not bad. We'll talk about it again when we've decided the place." Jiao Momo laughed. "Work hard. If you need help, I'll help." Song Shuhang smiled. The roommates continued to choose places on the map, discussing the plan for the date. Song Shuhang sat on the bed. The demon dog Dodo used Song Shuhang's body as a shield, and began to chew the dog food in small mouthfuls. Song Shuhang took out his phone and flipped through the news records of the 9 Provinces #1 group. In the records, Miss Softfeathers had come online in the afternoon. After half a month of repetition, she had finally completed the 5-element spirit contract altar, and formed a contract with the spirit ghost. With tears streaming down her face, she had immediately entered the 9 Provinces #1 group to pour out the bitter process of the spirit ghost contracting to everyone. All the seniors in the group generously gave her praise, a consolation prize. Softfeathers had at that time had also at Song Shuhang. However, at that time Song Shuhang had been strolling on the streets with Usher Liu, and hadn't responded in time. So, Song Shuhang replied in the chat, at Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeathers, thumbs up emoticon. "Congratulations, well done Softfeathers." Softfeathers just happened to be online, and she immediately replied happily. Thanks Senior Song. Why did Senior only come online now today? I was on a walk with a friend to clear their mind. I just got back. Song Shuhang replied. Spirit Butterfly Island Softfeathers, I also want to go out to clear my mind. Eh? Didn't you already contract the spirit ghost? Song Shuhang asked. He remembered that Softfeathers had mentioned before that she and Venerable Spirit Butterfly had a promise. When the contract with the spirit ghost was complete, she could then go out to clear her mind. Softfeathers sent a tear streaming down her face emoticon. Old gingers are really hotter than young gingers. Old people are really hard to deal with. What? Song Shuhang asked. Senior Song, let me tell you this. I originally thought that as soon as the contract with the spirit ghost, I could become one with it, and then share our power between us. Then, I can let it temper my energy. But I didn't realize that after contracting with the spirit ghost, it would still take half a month to synchronize with it before that I can become one with it and share power. Dad never said this before. Which means, I need at least another half a month of seclusion. Soft Feathers poured out her grievances. So now, Miss Soft Feathers had to tearfully strive for a better future, so that she could finish the synchronization faster. For the sake of going out, she was working quite hard. Ha! Work hard. Song Shuhang silently nodded. His knowledge had risen. Middle grade and above spirit ghosts could help their masters temper their energy. Whether it was chi and blood, true chi, or spiritual energy, spirit ghosts could help their masters make their energies more pure and of increased quality. Together with the property of sharing power, having a spirit ghost was like having a clone unceasingly helping you cultivate who would never tire, and would always be loyal and never betray you. The Spirit Ghost brand add-on was an add-on all cultivators of rank 5 and below dreamed of. I'll definitely work hard. I heard that Mysterious Island is still floating in the East Sea. Senior Song, when I synchronize with the Spirit Ghost, let's go look for it to play there. Soft Feetga said happily. All right, if there's a chance. Song Shuhang smiled. Without knowing when, his originally depressed feelings had lightened up a lot. Then it's a promise. I'll go and synchronize with the Spirit Ghost. Soft Feathers energetically went offline. The group temporarily quietened down. After about 10 minutes, True Monarch Mount Huang appeared. At great pressure of Mount Books, little friend Shuhang, do you have your license yet? Great pressure of Mount Books, not yet. I just passed the subject 2, and still have the road test. I can get my license within 10 days at the fastest. Work hard. The time when True Monarch White comes out of secluded meditation is soon. After you pass and get your license, have you thought about what car you want? In the True Monarch's tone, a lofty heroic spirit was revealed. It made Song Shuhang involuntarily think of the 10 million call value. I've never considered it. I'm still a student, and live at school. I don't need a car. Song Shuhang quickly replied. You need it. True Monarch Mount Huang said, convinced. Also, I need to prepare some extra. I'll send one of various models each. You need at least 20 or so. That'll be more or less enough for True Monarch White to take apart. Take apart? Is True Monarch White taking it apart for research? Song Shuhang had heard True Monarch White liked to research the mechanisms of implements. So all the various types of cars for True Monarch White to take apart for research, right? Millimeter, True Monarch replied. Then after a long while, he sent 2 words. All kinds. What was all kinds? Speak clearly, True Monarch, what does that mean? Song Shuhang felt his bladder swell up slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 148, Looking Forward to It. Chapter 148, Looking Forward to It. Great pressure of Mount Books, True Monarch, how many meanings does all kinds have? After a long while, True Monarch Mount Huang sent 2 words. Work hard. Great pressure of Mount Books. After a while, Mad Saber 3 Waves made his appearance. He changed the subject. North River, are you here yet? I have a premonition that we can find the mysterious island in these few days. I'll reach soon. To deal with the amnesia, I prepared some magical treasures and modern-day products. So I spent some time. Loose Cultivator North River replied. Medicine Master, actually, I think that you all should wait a few more days. It would be better for you all to wait for me to analyze why the 4 fellow Taoists lost their memories before you go in. With such a fast typing speed, it was definitely Jiang Ziyan doing it for him. Loose cultivator North River, medicine master quickly find out the reason behind the memory loss of the fellow Taoists. After all, when mysterious island appears, there aren't any rules behind its disappearance. If we come across it, we can't miss the chance. Medicine master, I'll try my best. The chat topic continued to develop, centered on the mysterious island and amnesia. Song Shuhang looked the chat news jumping about in a daze. Without knowing when, he entered dreamland. Late at night. The three roommates had also fallen asleep. At this time, a spiritual body black in color appeared at the position of Song Shuhang's head. I hate so much. That spiritual body let out a ferocious shout, gradually becoming bigger. The sleeping Song Shuhang involuntarily contracted his body. Che, it came again? The demon dog Dodo opened its eyes. Then it skillfully opened its mouth and swallowed this black spiritual body. Seeing how proficiently it did so and its tone, it didn't seem to be the first time it swallowed this spiritual body. Today, June 19th. It was overcast and there was sometimes a shower of rain. Today the instructor had arranged for Song Shuhang and Tubo to go onto the road. Then, they would go to the grounds for the road test for a few rounds, to familiarize themselves with the grounds, to be prepared just in case. Song Shuhang had long since cultivated a few rounds of the foundational fist technique. When it had reached the appointed time, he slowly ran to the East School gate. Tubo had already long since waiting at the East School gate. The instructor still hasn't come? Song Shuhang waved, asking. I heard the instructor say there was a girl who was going to familiarize the road test grounds together with us. So, that girl is driving around first. Tubo answered. As they spoke, a car was driving towards them. The instructor was a 30-plus years old man who had shaved a crew cut. Beside him was a pony-tailed girl, with an anxious expression. Song Shuhang's hearing was acute, and he heard the conversation between the instructor and girl from afar. The crew cut instructor pointed at a pedestrian not far ahead in front of the car. See that person in front? Charge forward, and run him over to death. Ah? Why do we need to run him over to death? That ponytailed girl had a look of astonishment. She said softly, I don't dare to run someone over. Don't dare? Then why aren't you loosening up on the accelerator? The crew cut coach roared in a low voice. The ponytailed girl immediately burst into a fluster. All right, stop first. Do you remember the steps to stopping the car? Turn towards the lamp, then observe the pedestrians. Then slowly keep close to the side. Stop beside those two men. The coach gave instructions step by step. Recently he had Song Shuhang and Tubo, two students who could master it as soon as they were taught, as the standard. When he turned again to look at his other students, he kept wanting to do a lion's roar at them. When the coach's car stopped, Tubo opened the car door and made his way inside. Come, Shuhang, it's your turn to drive a bit. The crew cut coach called out. The ponytailed girl was as if she had been relieved of a huge burden and quickly made her way to the back seat. All right. Song Shuhang calmly and collectedly put on his seatbelt and adjusted his seatbelt and rearview mirror. The car stably began to set out. He familiarly changed the gear and stably began to accelerate. If he didn't know this was Song Shuhang had gone on the road, the crew cut instructor would have thought that he was an old hand at driving. This was the kind of template of students he wanted. The instructor had a face of satisfaction. If each student could be just as worry-free like this, the job of instructing wouldn't need him roaring like a lion every day. Very good. Shuhang, change lane, then change back. Switch to Tubo for a while. With your standards, you can apply for the road test in 1 week. The crew cut coach smiled, then what about me? The ponytailed girl moved her head closer. Millimeter, if it's you, let's wait for the day where you don't get on the car and keep wanting to die together with me. I'll let you apply for the road test. The crew cut instructor said seriously. The ponytailed girl laughed dryly twice, then shrunk back. After it was switched to Tubo, Song Shuhang made his way to the back seat and opened the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. he prevented the ponytailed girl was being able to move her head closer and see the contents of his phone. Now, the group was being noisy. Found that mysterious island an interesting place. Just like the information from Medicine Master, nearby there's the power of a flight restricting formation. However, the thick fog next to the mysterious island, I can already smell the fragrance of medicinal herbs. Mad Saber 3 Waves sent the news. True Monarch Old Lake View, 3 Waves send the coordinates. North River and I will rush over immediately. Loose Cultivator North River, at that time you all should take along the magical treasures I prepared. There's also the pinhole cameras, one for each person. If we really lose our memories, we'll still have a chance to solve the mystery of the amnesia if these magical treasures and pinhole cameras aren't damaged. Medicine Master, be careful about everything. The island had ferocious demon beasts, and even 2 Gold Core Spirit Emperor acting couldn't block them. Don't be greedy, with safety being your utmost priority. True Monarch Mount Huang spoke out to remind them. Take note to use spiritual energy protection magical arts, so as to not be disturbed. About 5 minutes later, the 3 of them, Mad Saber 3 Waves, Loose Cultivator North River as well True Monarch Old Lake View, entered the mysterious island. True Monarch Old Lake View powers were profound. 3 Waves and Loose Cultivator North River were also powerful members in the 9 Provinces No. 1 group. Mad Saber 3 Waves had unparalleled saber arts, and Loose Cultivator North River was a powerhouse nearing the rank 6 True Monarch realm. If these 3 were to return in low spirits following a failure, this mysterious island would have to be marked as a highly dangerous mysterious territory. Today, Su Clan's Archie and Usher Liu hadn't appeared as usual. Soft Feathers was also struggling to synchronize with the spirit ghost. Hopefully the seniors that entered the mysterious territory are safe. I hope Usher Liu can also pass this tribulation. Song Shuhang prayed in his heart. 8 days later, June 27th. A Thursday. Song Shuhang and Tubo passed the road test and the subject for theory test. They successfully got their licenses. The 2 invited their roommates to properly give it a good rub and roll between their hands. It had been 8 days since Mad Saber 3 Waves, Loose Cultivator North River as well True Monarch Old Lake View had entered the mysterious island. The 3 seniors hadn't appeared from the mysterious island yet, and no one knew their harvests. June 29th, Saturday. A large downpour. In Medicine Master's 5 floors apartment. Song Shuhang was refining body tempering liquid right now. He lifted the hot pot lid and switched on the kitchen exhaust hood. He switched on the fan power to maximum. The acute stench was mostly sucked away. But the whole room continued to have an acute stench fill the air as always. Song Shuhang had already moved the body tempering liquid ingredients that Soft Feathers had given him to Medicine Master's place in batches. The blood and chi pills had long since been used finished. The simplified body tempering liquid could still be used. Along with the strengthening of Song Shuhang, the amount of body tempering liquid used had also been increasing. Now, the amount of body tempering liquid refined each time was only enough for him to use one time. Also, the body tempering liquid was having less and less of an effect. When the body tempering liquid was completely ineffective, then it would be time to stop using it. At the side, the giant demon dog Dodo was boredly rolling all over the floor. Didn't you say Medicine Master would be back soon? Why isn't he back yet? The amnesia Medicine Master is dealing with is more troublesome. The time to return has been dragged out. Song Shuhang held his nose, and when the body tempering liquid had cooled down, he drank it all in one shot. Every time I see you drink the body tempering liquid, I sympathize with your stomach. To think you can drink something so smelly. The demon dog Dodo climbed up from the ground. Actually, apart from being a bit smelly, the taste is still not bad. Do you want some? Song Shuhang asked. I don't want it even if it's free. I prefer Medicine Master's little pills. Beef-flavored dog food also tastes better than that. I'm so worried. I can't get through these days. Give me something to play. It began to roll all over the floor again. You're not returning to True Monarch Mount Huang's? Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. I'm waiting for him to come find me. Woof Tilda, how little face will I have if I just go back myself? The Pekingese Dodo said coldly. Then it suddenly seemed to think of something, and ran over to Song Shuhang's computer. To facilitate Dodo's gaming, Song Shuhang could only bring the computer over to Medicine Master's apartment. Quickly come Shuhang, log into your chat account. Dodo jumped about saying. He hadn't taken assaulted True Monarch Mount Huang with insults yet today. He would make insults for several sentences every day, before being banned by True Monarch Mount Huang. This had already become an indispensable part of Dodo's daily life. Song Shuhang casually logged into the account. 9 Provinces Number 1 Group. Great pressure of Mount Books, at True Monarch Mount Huang, Mount Huang. I've come yet again. When are you going to catch me and bring me back? I'm so bored. Not free, come back yourself. True Monarch Mount Huang replied. Great pressure of Mount Books, big idiot Mount Huang. If I go back myself, wouldn't I have no face left? Come and catch me back, quickly come and catch me back. Not free. True Monarch Mount Huang still had these 2 words. Then, he banned Song Shuhang's account at the same time. Ah ha ha, will you die if you chat with me a few more sentences? Dodo began to roll around on the ground again. After about 3 minutes, True Monarch Mount Huang sent a message. Little Dodo, call little friend Shuhang over. I have something to look for him for. Shuhang, big idiot Mount Huang is calling you over for something. Dodo called out excitedly. Is True Monarch White about to come out of secluded meditation? Song Shuhang came to beside the computer and clicked open the private chat window for True Monarch Mount Huang, sending a question mark over. Calculating the time, it was about time for True Monarch White to come out of seclusion. Dodo was looking from the side, and its eyes flashed. I actually forgot about the private chat function. Woof woof, let's see how Mount Huang still bans me then. Little friend Shuhang, I received True Monarch White's 1,000-mile sound transmission before. His seclusion ends tomorrow night. In a while I'll send the address to you. Go and receive him. True Monarch Mount Huang said. It really was True Monarch White. Song Shuhang smiled. Good. Would True Monarch send me the address? I'll receive him tomorrow. The rough position is Linyao village of Nanhua Lake City. Today I'll give you a 1,000-mile sound transmission. When you reach the place tomorrow night, you can use the magical treasure to contact True Monarch White and find his seclusion grounds. All right. Song Shuhang replied. He felt slightly nervous. He could see True Monarch White's seclusion grounds tomorrow already. How was True Monarch White's seclusion grounds like? It should be some secret place, right? The seclusion grounds should have several hundred protective formations, right? There was that Xiangong resident one in the chat space who hadn't been blown apart from even nuclear weapons, who had constructed over 100 kinds of defensive formations. It really made one look forward to it. 1. Previously known as Charitable Resident Scholar, he appeared in CCG Chapter 65. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 149, a series of events that hurts the eyes. Chapter 149, a series of events that hurts the eyes. Today was June 30th, Sunday. At 5.30, Song Shuhang rose from bed, practiced 20 rounds of Vajra foundational fist technique, and condensed the collected qi and blood energy into the second acupoint, the eye acupoint. Without qi and blood pills, he even more couldn't waste any chances to cultivate. At 6.40, as he was enjoying his breakfast, Song Shuhang received the call of a delivery. Hello, is this Song Shuhang, of the 19th cohort, 43rd class of the Mechanical Design and Manufacturing Faculty? There's an emergency delivery for you, could you sign for it? This time was a rare time where it wasn't Sima Jiang sending the delivery. After all, Feng Shou Courier hadn't reached the level of monopolizing all the deliveries in the whole country. All right, I'll immediately come down to sign it. Song Shuhang replied. It should be the magical treasure that could do 1,000-mile sound transmission with True Monarch White, that True Monarch Mount Huang mentioned yesterday, right? Frankly speaking, were all the seniors in the 9 provinces #1 group also relaxed about sending things? Whether it was flying swords, treasure refining materials, magical treasures or even people, they were also relaxed about giving it to couriers to send. Whatever. They weren't afraid of it being lost in delivery, so of course they were relaxed. Song Shuhang tore open the small package. Inside was a jade green small bamboo flute that was palm-sized. Its body was ice-cold, and although it was obviously bamboo, it had the texture of jade. The delivery also had an instruction manual. The method of usage was very simple. As long as one blew the small bamboo flute within a set distance, the person could contact True Monarch White and communicate with him. The stronger the spiritual energy of the flute player, the greater the distance at which they could contact True Monarch White. True Monarch White and True Monarch Mount Huang could communicate across the entire China mainland. But if it was Song Shuhang, it would be considered good if he could communicate within the area of a small village. So that was why True Monarch Mount Huang let Song Shuhang make a trip to Linyao village in Nanhua Lake City first before using the 1,000-mile sound transmission to contact True Monarch White. He would then confirm True Monarch White's location before receiving him from seclusion. The instruction manual had some words at the end as well. Little friend Shuhang, I prepared various models for you. There are 36 in total. I'm already handling the procedures and license plates. Afterwards, I'll send them bit by bit to an underground car park in Jiangnan University City. At that time I'll notify you to sign off for that batch of cars. P.S. This trip to Nanhua Lake City would be about 500 kilometers or more in total. If you don't mind, you can use Little Dodo as much as you want. Don't let it commit crimes out of having too much free time. Finally, I wish you a success and safety on the battlefield. 36 new cars of various models? Did they need so many new cars for True Monarch White to take apart? True Monarch, did you buy life insurance for me? After sighing, Song Shuhang returned to the dormitory. The roommates were all only partially resident students. On Sundays, they would all return to their own homes. Thus, the Pekingese Dodo was unrestrained. It was munching on beef-flavored dog food, and was playing a game Song Shuhang had never seen before. Most likely it was something it downloaded in the past few days. The game had been minimized into a small window, and the computer also had a small chat window. Inside was a 17 or 18 years old beautiful girl doing a video chat with Dodo. Hubby, you're just too awesome. Our guild normally needs a team of 7 elites to pass the boss for this instance dungeon. And that's at a normal difficulty. Now, the 2 of us easily passed the difficulty. That beautiful girl said excitedly. Her voice was very soft and pleasing to the ear. The Pekingese Dodo munched on some dog food. With the face of a lonely expert, he typed into the chat box, "No big deal. This can't trouble your hubby. I, your hubby, am an expert. Definitely a super-duper expert. I like Hub Tilda by the most. Moi moi." The beautiful young girl said sweetly, and even made a kissing expression. The Pekingese Dodo made a pleased laugh. He tapped on the keyboard, "Your mouth is the sweetest. Come, let's open the boss treasure chest, and see what we can take out. Wait for I, your hubby, to reach level 80, and collect the 5 stars War God set. After that, we'll go and abuse those bastards who dared camp my wife's corpse. Watch me send them back to the beginner's village. Hub Tilda Bai is too overbearing." The young girl's eyes turned into little stars, and she asked a question. "Hubby, when will your camera be fixed? I want to see how you look, and hear your voice. Don't be impatient. I'll buy the camera tomorrow. Let me tell you this. I, your hubby, am very handsome." The Pekingese Dodo typed. At the same time, it flipped through Song Shuhang's computer, and found an old photo of Song Shuhang. This was a picture of Song Shuhang from high school, and was from the time he regularly exercised. Brimming with youthfulness, it could be counted as a teen idol. Come, I'll let you see a picture of your hubby. But this photo was taken long ago. I'm more mature and more handsome now. Then, it sent Song Shuhang's photo to that girl. After the girl received the photo, she saw the man in the photo had some handsomeness. In truth, she could accept it in her heart as long as this husband in the game wasn't too ugly. This photo was much better than what she had imagined. So, she very happy, and sweetly called out, "Hubby is the best, Tilda, I like you the most. Waha, I like that sweet little mouth of yours the most. Use a coquettish voice to call me darling, and I'll bring you through that nightmare instance dungeon again." Dodo wagged its tongue and panted. Seducing a human girl seemed to make it very excited. Da tilde ling tilde, woo-woo, it's so embarrassing. The girl stuck out her tongue. Woof woof, my bones are already soft, come, let's go for the nightmare instance dungeon again. Watch hubby show off his skills, and flatten it. Dodo began to excitedly jump about on the computer table. This Pekingese demon dog was beyond saving. Song Shuhang was standing behind the Pekingese Dodo, looking on helplessly at this extraordinary thing that hurt his dog eyes. He felt that his feelings now could only be described by the phrase "the dog's hit day." It was nothing much if the Pekingese Dodo wanted to game or chat, but it actually was online picking up girls. What hurt his eyes even more was that he had even picked up a girl that wasn't bad. How will all the single males in China endure this? And this cute young girl, if she was to discover one day that the one she kept calling hubby and a darling was a Pekingese dog. I can't do it. This picture is simply too beautiful that I don't dare think about it. Song Shuhang collapsed. "Hey, little friend Shuhang, you're back." The Pekingese Dodo unperturbed greeted. It was as if the one who had just sent Song Shuhang's photo anyhow simply wasn't him. Song Shuhang sighed. "You just sent my photo to that girl anyhow. Is there really no problem?" "Of course there's no problem. I'm also preparing for you two to have a video chat tomorrow noon. No need to be too long. Just chat with her a few sentences and show a few smiles. With your pretty boy look, just a slight smile of yours will cause the fall of a city. You can definitely charm her to death and back." Dodo said. "I reject. Lying to others is wrong." Song Shuhang said. Ha, then I'll send your class, school index number to this girl. I'll let her come to Jiangnan University City to look for you. Dodo laughed triumphantly. Song Shuhang's mind was immediately filled with the menu for dog meat hot pot and dog chop braised with soy sauce. Relax. I won't make you help for free. I'll also help you do some things as payback. I Dodo don't like to owe people favors. Dodo said. Also, don't you feel it's cruel if you let this young girl know that the one she admires is a Pekingese dog? At this time, spread a beautiful lie and let her stay in a beautiful dream. She and I would be a loving in-game husband and wife. Wouldn't that be collecting merit and virtue? So it turns out you actually knew yourself that you were a Pekingese dog, Song Shuhang ridiculed. He, I won't chat with you any longer. Watch how I clear this nightmare instance dungeon. The Pekingese Dodo's paws quickly tapped on the keyboard. The character in the game brought the girl to destroy soldiers and pass generals, and couldn't be obstructed. Song Shuhang sighed hiddenly. That's right. Dodo, accompany me to Linyao village in Nanhua Lake City this afternoon. Oh? You're picking up True Monarch White? However, I'm not free. I need to clear this instance dungeon with my wife. Dodo unhesitatingly rejected it. Millimeter. I think you shouldn't reject me. Or else, ha. Song Shuhang laughed calmly. Woof, you're threatening me? Dodo turned his head over and said unsatisfactorily. Millimeter, I am. I'm threatening you. Song Shuhang nodded his head and said truthfully. Detestable. Wait for me to finish this and tell my wife before I accompany you to Nanhua Lake City. Dodo sighed. I'll bring you to Nanhua Lake City's Linyao village. Tomorrow you'll show your face to this girl and chat with her for a bit. All right, Song Shuhang said. 2 hours later, Dodo had finally finished explaining to his in-game wife. It then came to the balcony, and shaking its body, transformed into the form of a 5-meter large Pekingese dog. Come up and I'll bring you there. That'll be faster, Dodo said unsatisfied. Song Shuhang climbed onto Dodo's back. Do you know the location? I've already taken a stroll around the whole China several times. There's no place I don't know. Dodo gave a low whistle. His body emitted a fog, which enveloped Song Shuhang inside. As a demon beast, it wouldn't be seen by ordinary people. But Song Shuhang had a human body. If they didn't conceal his body, Song Shuhang would be on the newspaper headlines tomorrow. Also, this fog also protected Song Shuhang from the effect of wind pressure and cold winds at high altitudes. Sit tight. Dodo jumped lightly and soared into the sky. It began to run in the sky, and its speed wasn't much slower than Su Clan's Archie sword flight by much. After running for a while, those 4 wind fire wheels appeared beneath Dodo's feet. The speed of flight rose by more than double. Before even half an hour passed, Dodo had already finished running the 500 kilometers and landed at the Linyao village in the Nanhua Lake City. Do you know where true monarch white is undergoing seclusion? Dodo recovered to his small Pekingese form and asked. Song Shuhang took out that green-colored small flute. True monarch Mount Huang gave me this. As long I blow it, I can contact true monarch white. He put the green-colored small flute in his mouth and used strength to blow. The sound was transmitted from the green-colored small flute. However, this sound wasn't a sound wave human ears could hear. The sound wave spread far and wide, and quickly reached a corner of Linyao village. After a moment, a same sound wave was spread from somewhere in Linyao village, and connected to the small flute in Song Shuhang's hands. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 150, The Nameless Immortal Sage Statue That Makes the Heart Beat. Chapter 150, The Nameless Immortal Sage Statue That Makes the Heart Beat. The sound wave from deep inside Linyao village connected with the green-colored small flute in Song Shuhang's hand. ZZZZZZZZZZ, a period of sound came out from the green-colored small flute. Then, a soft and gentle voice sounded out. Hello. This was true monarch white's voice? It sounded very clear and distinct. The 1,000-mile sound transmission magical treasure wasn't inferior to handphones in communicating. Hello true monarch white. I'm Song Shuhang. As per true monarch Mount Huang's request, I'm here to receive Senior from seclusion. Where are you now, Senior? Song Shuhang spoke to the green-colored flute. He was looking forward to it. He could soon see the place a true monarch Senior had undergone seclusion for over 100 years. At that time, he could see how the seclusion grounds of seniors was like. Also, how exciting would those over 100 layers of defensive formations that could block a nuclear weapon be? His mind imagined the image of an immortal paradise. Above would have layers upon layers of defensive formation light effects just like those movie magical formations. It would definitely be very imposing. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Hello, this is White Seclusion Grounds. Time remaining before end of seclusion is 0 days 11 hours 8 minutes. Please wait patiently. That green-colored small flute continued to transmit that gentle voice. When reporting the time left, the tone became slightly stiff. Song Shuhang was immediately reminded of the China's automated voice prompt system from whenever he checked his call value. Song Shuhang paused. He looked towards Dodo. It's not true monarch white? The voice from the green-colored small flute seemed to be something like a voice prompt. Of course it's not true monarch white. His enclosed-door seclusion. Have you seen cultivators who are undergoing closed-door seclusion chatting? Then that wouldn't be closed-door seclusion, but just a normal seclusion. The Pekingese Dodo said scornfully. he was actually looked down upon by this Pekingese again. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He explained, "I've never gone through closed-door seclusion before, nor have I heard what kind of state it is from the seniors in the group. Also, didn't True Monarch Mount Huang keep saying True Monarch White had contacted him? I thought the True Monarch White in seclusion would occasionally move about and contact True Monarch Mount Huang. Now it seemed like True Monarch White had long since set up a voice prompt. When the seclusion was coming to an end, it would automatically contact True Monarch Mount Huang through the green-colored small flute. So it turned out that the abilities of modern handphones, such as voice prompts, alarm clock notifications, had long since been played with thoroughly by cultivators several hundred years ago. There are about 11 hours left. We can't just wait in vain here. Should we find a place to sit first?" Song Shuhang sighed as he said, Yes. Go and find an internet cafe. With such a long time, it's enough for my wife and I to clear a few instance dungeons." Dodo suddenly got excited. "Don't be noisy. It's too obvious if you game at an internet cafe." Song Shuhang rejected it flatly. Dodo looked down on him as it said, "Stupid, don't you know how to get a small single-person private room?" He was looked down again by this Pekingese. "All right. You make sense. I'll get you a small private room." Song Shuhang rubbed his pocket. He had brought his wallet and his identity card. When the Pekingese Dodo heard it, it immediately said fawningly, "Little friend Shuhang, you're really a good person." Forget about it if a person wanted to give him a good person card, but a dog wanted to give him a good person card? Linyao village was a prosperous village, due to its proximity to the city center. The human traffic was very large. Song Shuhang successfully found a pretty good internet cafe. As personal computers became commonplace, business for internet cafes slowed down by not a little amount. However, Linyao village had a large temporary population, so the people going on the internet in the internet cafe wasn't few. "Excuse me, do you have small single-person private rooms available?" Song Shuhang inquired. After the internet cafe's cashier girl checked the computer, she replied, "Hello, there are still empty small private rooms." "Then give me one." "How much is it?" Song Shuhang asked. $20 for 1 hour. Song Shuhang handed over his identity card and $200. "I'll book it for 10 hours for now." After the registration was complete, Song Shuhang brought Dodo to the private room, guided by the network administrator. At this time, Song Shuhang heard the cashier girl start to chat with a colleague. "Little Jasmine, did you hear about it? That nameless immortal sage statue in the Nameless Temple is becoming more and more lifelike recently. I heard from people that when they look at that nameless immortal sage now, they keep feeling like it's going to come to life. You heard about it too? I have a more exciting piece of news. I heard from my mom that ever since a girl from next door went to the Nameless Temple a few days ago, she's no longer had any appetite. Supposedly, she's lovesick and is in love with the nameless immortal sage in the Nameless Temple." Pooey, that's a statue. To actually like a statue, that girl is really extremely sick." At this time, another network administrator cut in. That little Mrs. Lovesickness can still be cured. I have a piece of news even more amazing. You all know about the network administrator Little Song who resigned a few days ago? Supposedly he had gone on a trip to the Nameless Temple to pray to the nameless immortal sage before resigning. After returning, he's been dull and dazed, and doing everything wrong. A few days ago he resigned. I heard that it seems he wants to go the Nameless Temple to be a Daoist priest. Pooey, that's a real sickness, and it's incurable. And that nameless immortal sage statue is a male. Song Shuhang used his ears, and silently went to the private room. "Mister, this is your membership card. When you spend $200 or above, you will receive a free membership card. Please keep it well." The network administrator gave a membership card to Song Shuhang before leaving. "Thank you." Song Shuhang smiled slightly as he accepted the membership card. "I wish you an enjoyable time playing." The network administrator smiled as he left. The Pekingese Dodo excitedly jumped onto the computer. He called out, "Little friend Shu Hang, quickly switch on the computer, I already can't wait to go for the next instant's dungeon with my wife." It didn't know whether his wife had been bullied while it was offline. Someone had even camped her corpse today morning. "Wait a while first. I want to check something." Song Shuhang made Dodo move to the side. He opened a web page to search keywords such as a Linyao village, nameless temple, nameless immortal sage, etc. Very quickly, a whole string of information was shown on the computer. According to legends, during a large drought 100 years ago, people dug out the nameless immortal sage statue, then enshrined it. This information was something which every resident in Linyao village had heard of and knew of the particulars regarding. The address of the nameless temple was also attached at the back. "You're interested in this kind of thing?" Dodo asked doubtfully. "Yes. I'm now interested in anything and everything mysterious," Song Shuhang confirmed. As long as it was something that didn't conform to common sense, he would be interested. "You can continue playing here, I'll be going to that nameless temple. When I go, remember to lock the door." Song Shuhang laughed. "No problem. Go wherever you want. Just don't bother me. It's best if you come back only after you receive true monarch white." The Pekingese Dodo waved his paws and excitedly opened his game. He began to play on the keyboard. Using the address found from the internet, Song Shuhang successfully found the nameless temple in Linyao village. Here it is. When he took a look, the number of people who had come to make offerings to the nameless temple weren't few. Entering the temple required queuing up. Joss sticks filled the inside of the temple. Everyone was below the immortal sage statue making their wishes. Also, there were many young men and women who had misted over eyes. After they, whether it was a he or she, burned the joss sticks, they would stupidly stare at the immortal sage statue. After a long while they would reluctantly leave. These were the ones extremely sick, or incurably sick. It wasn't easy before it was Song Shuhang's turn. He bought 2 joss sticks from the little Daoist priest at the entrance. It was a price set with a conscience, as they only accepted $20 for it from Song Shuhang. He entered the nameless temple with the 3 aunties. The 3 aunties inserted joss sticks with great familiarity, and began to offer prayer. They were lowering their voices, and softly repeating themselves. But it was heard by Song Shuhang. It could only be blamed on his good hearing. "Immortal sage, my family's daughter is going for her college administration exam next year. Please bless her with intelligence, and let her results become better. Let her get into the capital's university. Immortal sage, my family's son is almost 38. We still don't have a daughter-in-law. Please set one up for him. I no longer have any requirements, as long as it's a female and can give birth." Then there was the final auntie with a calm and collected expression. Lowering her voice, she murmured, "Immortal sage, I love you so." PFFFT, Song Shuhang almost spurted out. He forcefully held it back. So it wasn't just young men and women who were extremely sick, but even aunties were extremely sick. Perhaps there may be incurably sick grandpas as well? Song Shuhang had never given offerings before, and once upon a time had believed in science and rejected superstitions. He hadn't expected he would have a chance to enter a Daoist temple. Following the 3 aunties, he inserted the joss sticks. He thought about it, and he didn't have anything to request anyways. After all, his main goal was to see this nameless immortal sage statue. While no one was noticing, Song Shuhang secretly lifted his head and looked at that nameless immortal sage statue. With just that look, in that instant, he felt his heart rate faintly speed up. This was obviously an unliving statue, but a figure involuntarily appeared before Song Shuhang's eyes as he looked at this statue. It was a figure as fine and as smooth as jade, with extraordinarily fairy-like beauty. Pitch black hair that cascaded down like a waterfall. Eyes that shined like the stars. White clothes that lightly fluttered. It was as if any moment he would grow wings and ascend to the heavens with the wind. Even if it was the young Master Hai of the Moon Saber sect, he was still inferior to the peerless grace and charm of this figure. Superb craftsmanship. Song Shuhang could only use this adjective to describe this statue. Also, the more he stared at this statue, the more he felt as if he was being drawn there and unable to turn around himself. Eh? That's not right. How did I end up captivated by this statue as well? Song Shuhang was shocked in his heart. He immediately closed his eyes and hiddenly activated the True Self meditation scripture. Only then did his throbbing heart start to calm down. At this time, those three aunties had already gotten up and turned away to leave the nameless temple. Song Shuhang hurriedly left. Just now, was he affected by some spiritual energy type of magical art? Such as the charm type like in various movies and novels? He immediately used his spiritual energy to check the state of his body up and down. He didn't discover any traces of being affected by magical arts. Perhaps that statue had superb craftsmanship and reached a type of utter beauty. It made those who saw it couldn't help but be shocked and be intoxicated in its perfection. This world actually had something so perfect. Song Shuhang thought about it. Millimeter, it wasn't possible. So, he had to go back and look for the demon dog Dodo, and let it check the state of his body up and down. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 151, True Monarch White was dug away. Chapter 151, True Monarch White was dug away. After Song Shuhang left the nameless temple, the speed of his heart rate started to calm down. Now, outside the nameless temple, worshippers still came in an endless stream as usual. In the past, a majority of the worshippers were still aunties and old grannies. Now, however, the number of young men and women had increased a lot. When Song Shuhang left the nameless temple, there were 4 young men and women who entered the temple together. One of the young women amongst them lowered her voice and asked her companion, "Lin Yu, do you think the nameless immortal sage statue in this temple really so amazing?" The girl next to her still had some baby fat. She replied softly, "I'm also very curious. Do you know about that young Master Yu in my class? His family has a lot of spare money and he keeps switching girlfriends. But a few days ago, after he came to this nameless temple to take a look at this immortal sage statue out of curiosity, he changed completely. He doesn't even want a girlfriend anymore, and just wants to come to this nameless temple every day." The man at the side nodded and supplemented, "I'm also here because I'm curious about this matter regarding young Master Yu. I'm really curious about how exactly is this immortal sage statue that can entrance people." The 3 young men and women were still students. They had come to burn joss sticks because they were curious. It wasn't a small number of people who had come to burn joss sticks because they were curious about the immortal sage statue. No wonder the joss sticks of the nameless temple had become more prosperous recently. Besides the 3 students, there was a young man who was 27 or 28 years old. Unlike the 3 students, he had heard that the nameless temple's nameless immortal sage statue was very effective, so he had rushed over here from a very far distance. The young man entered the temple, burned joss and lit the candles. He softly prayed, "Immortal sage, please bless and protect, and let my little sister fully recover from her sickness. Please don't let her suffer anymore from the torment of her strange illness that is making her body weak. Would Immortal Sage grant this wish of mine? If my little sister is cured, I'll definitely come and build a giant Daoist temple for Immortal Sage as repayment." After finishing his prayers, the young man lifted his head to take a look at the statue of the Immortal Sage. With just this look, he felt his heart rate quicken and his breathing become rough. The Immortal Sage statue before was utterly perfect and made one unable to take their eyes away. Even if he had to give everything in exchange for it, he wouldn't have any regret. These kind of thoughts stayed in his mind. The young man's eyes misted over. Until the end, he didn't know he had left this nameless Daoist temple. He went back to his car as if he was sleepwalking. Then, only after the driver called out to him a few times, did he wake up. "Young Master Igu, can we return?" The driver frowned as he asked. He felt that the young Master Egu just now was possessed. Yes, let's return first. That's right, we'll talk more when we get back. Young Master Egu replied, nodding his head. The nameless immortal sage statue, this matter needed to be considered at length. Song Shuhang returned to the internet cafe, and knocked onto the door to the private room. The Pekingese quickly opened the door, then quickly climbed back to the computer. Dodo, don't play anymore. Take a look at me. Song Shuhang called out. Dodo didn't even turn its head. What? Look at me, and give me a full body check out. Song Shuhang said. You're not even a girl, why do I need to check you out? Dodo cast a sidelong glance at Song Shuhang. That's not it. I just went to that nameless temple. I saw the nameless immortal sage statue, then some strange things happened. Song Shuhang talked about that weird increase in heartbeat when he saw the nameless immortal sage statue, as well as that process, in detail. So, could you quickly take a look, and see whether there's any strange magical art on that nameless immortal sage statue? Then see if I am under some kind of charm-type magical arts? Dodo paused. Then his pair of dog eyes emitted a golden-colored light, and looked at Song Shuhang from end to end. It replied, no problems, your body is as healthy as a ball. There are also no traces of magical arts on your body. Having finished talking, Dodo withdrew his dog eyes, and continued enjoying himself. Song Shuhang was slightly relieved. Could it be possible that that immortal sage statue was really just superb craftsmanship, and had reaching the extremes of the carving arts? So when someone saw it they would be deeply stuck inside. But he kept feeling as if something was off. After that, Song Shuhang stayed in the private room. Without anything to do he opened the 9 Provinces #1 group. He wanted to see if there was any news or gossip in the group. However, the group actually had no one speaking in it today. Loose Cultivator North River, Mad Saber 3 Waves, and True Monarch Ancient Lakeview had entered the mysterious island. The other seniors were all waiting for a good show. To watch Song Shuhang receive True Monarch White from seclusion. The time waiting always seemed especially long. Song Shuhang rested, cultivated, ate a fasting pill, then cultivated again. It wasn't easy enduring until 8+ at night. True Monarch White was coming out of seclusion. The time is around there already. Song Shuhang took out that small flute, and was thinking about contacting True Monarch White. At this time, the green-colored small flute trembled. Then, a soft and gentle voice came from the green-colored small flute. Hello. Is this fellow Daoist Song Shuhang? It was news from True Monarch White. Through the 1000-mile sound transmission magical treasure's ability to leave messages, he knew Song Shuhang was the fellow Daoist in charge of receiving him. Song Shuhang replied. Hello Senior True Monarch White. Have you ended your seclusion? Yes, I've already ended my seclusion. You can come and pick me up. True Monarch White replied. Song Shuhang replied. Where in Linyao village is your seclusion location? I'll come and look for you. If it's location, I seem to be in a small room. Ha, there seems to be some abnormalities next to me. How about this, use the connection of the 1000-mile sound transmission flute to find me. Just hold the 1000-mile sound transmission flute, activate a spiritual energy art. You'll be able to sense a special sound wave between me and the magical treasure. Follow this sound wave, and you'll be able to find me. True Monarch White said. Song Shuhang activated the True Self meditation scripture, and really could sense that 1000-mile sound transmission magical treasure was carrying some kind of special sound wave connection. I sense it, Senior True Monarch White. I'll immediately go looking for you. Song Shuhang replied. Then, he asked the Pekingese, Dodo, do you want to go receive True Monarch White together? Never mind. Just bring over True Monarch White. That's right, when you go out help me top up a bit of the fees for the internet. Just now the network administrator made a reminder that 10 hours passed already, and we owe 1 hour of fees. Dodo replied without turning its head. Then stay here and don't run about anyhow. Wait for me to receive true monarch white. Then we'll go back. Song Shuhang went to the internet cafe counter and topped up another 100. Then, he followed along the special sound waves of the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute, going along that direction to search. As he walked, he got closer to true monarch white. Song Shuhang felt that the topography around him was more and more familiar. Finally, he reached that nameless temple. Here? Song Shuhang looked at the nameless temple doubtfully. Now, there were still many worshippers outside the temple. The temple was still well illuminated inside by lights. Song Shuhang held the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute between his finger and thumb as he asked, "Senior True Monarch White, is the place you're undergoing seclusion the Nameless Temple?" Nameless Temple? When you say it like that, I do seem to be in a Daoist temple. True Monarch White's voice replied. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, I can feel your location. Enter the temple, and you'll see an enshrined statue. That's me. That's me. That's me. Song Shuhang went stiff. That nameless immortal sage statue in the Daoist temple was True Monarch White? That was quite out of his expectations. Before this, he would never have made a connection between True Monarch White and the nameless immortal sage statue. One was a senior who had been in seclusion for very long. One was a statue of a divine being enshrined and worshipped in a Daoist temple. One was a luxurious seclusion grounds in his imagination. And the other one was an ancient nameless Daoist temple. What was more important was that True Monarch White had obviously gone into seclusion over 150 years ago. This statue of a divine being had however been enshrined several hundred years ago. As expected, a story handed down through the generations would always have many mistakes and exaggerations. This time was off by a few hundred years. So, no matter how much bigger his brain was, up there was all empty air, so he wouldn't be able to connect the two together. There was no magnificent seclusion grounds, no over 100 grand defensive formations. What there was an old Daoist temple. Song Shuhang couldn't help but ask. Senior True Monarch White, aren't you in seclusion? Why have you suddenly become a statue of a divine being, and enshrined in a Daoist temple? This matter is a long story. Wait for me to come out, and I'll slowly explain it to you. True Monarch White sighed. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, do you have a method to lure away these worshippers, so that I can come out from this statue? Most importantly, when I come out, I'll blow up the outer layer of this stone shell. The power will be quite big. If someone sees it, it may attract unnecessary troubles. If True Monarch White were to, in front of the worshippers, blow apart the statue with a boom, and come out from inside after that, it would definitely attract endless troubles. Song Shuhang saw that the worshippers outside the temple were still a lot. With so many worshippers, he didn't have any methods to lure away so many worshippers aside from starting a fire. Senior True Monarch White, how about we wait a while? When it's later, the worshippers should more or less disperse. Song Shuhang said after thinking about it. No problem. It's fine as long as you're not in a rush. True Monarch White was indifferent. He had already undergone closed-door seclusion for a whole 150 years. How would he mind waiting a few more hours? Life doesn't always go the way one wants. Time slowly passed, until it had already reached around 10 at night. The number of worshippers outside the temple didn't decrease, but instead increased. If it continued like this, even if they waited until the early hours of the next day, there would still be many worshippers staying. Perhaps the worshippers would stay until tomorrow morning. If it was like this, how was True Monarch White supposed to come out from the statue? True Monarch, I'm going to go get a helper, and think of a way to disperse the crowd. Then, take the chance to escape True Monarch. Song Shuhang thought of Do. It should have some method to disperse the crowd, right? No problem. True Monarch White replied. Song Shuhang quickly ran over to the internet cafe. Soon after Song Shuhang left, the far-off pickup drove over to the nameless temple. 60 broad-shouldered and solidly built muscular men jumped of the pickup trucks and gathered. Then, that 27 or 28-year-old young Master Egu from the morning got off from a car. Young Master Igu looked at the nameless temple from far away. Sighing deeply, he said, "Go, dig away that nameless immortal sage statue and bring it away." "Yes." The 60 muscular men responded, and swarmed towards the nameless temple. They barbarically pushed away the worshippers who were blocking them. 10 muscular men with hand-held tools went to the bottom of the nameless immortal sage statue, preparing to dig away the whole immortal sage statue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 152, Cultivation Maniac True Monarch White. Chapter 152, Cultivation Maniac True Monarch White. The 60 muscular men young Master Igu got to work, their movements dexterous. The 10 who brought tools went to below the statue, preparing to dig away the nameless immortal sage statue. Then, first there were 4 muscular men who were holding a giant cloth covering. They threw it upwards, and covered the immortal sage statue. This was to prevent the muscular men from seeing that statue of a divine being while lifting it, then getting influenced by that endless charm. Then 6 muscular men prepared rope tools. They were waiting for the immortal sage statue to be dug away, before lifting it out. Finally, a muscular man drove a forklift to the entrance of the Daoist temple. The remaining muscular man blocked up the entrance. They split up, driving away the worshippers rudely, and not letting worshippers near the nameless temple. All of the preparations were in place. Take note, your eyes are not to look at the statue of this divine figure. Faster, dig away this statue of a divine being within 10 minutes. Young Master Igu directed loudly from the back. When the 4 muscular men in charge of throwing the cloth covering threw it out, their eyes misted over. Even if they had already been reminded by young Master Igu before, they had been deeply attracted by the perfection of that nameless immortal sage statue in the instant they had lifted their heads to throw the cloth covering. In that instant, the desire to seize the immortal sage statue and take it for themselves surfaced in their hearts. Young Master Igu went forward, and viciously gave a kick to the 4 muscular men whose eyes had misted over. "All of you get out, and block the worshippers outside." The 4 muscular men's eyes were glazed over. They muddledly went out, going to locking the worshippers. The worshippers outside had long since started to make noise. "What are you goddamn people doing?" "Robbers. They want to steal the immortal sage statue." "You're breaking the law, scram!" "Block them, we can't let them steal the immortal sage statue." "Get rid of these fellows." The worshippers roared, and some people picked up bricks and bottles and threw them at the muscular men. The stocky and strong muscular men weren't any kind of good people, and with a hideous laugh, ferociously struck at these worshippers with their fists. "Call the police! Call the police!" Worshippers were struck down to the floor, and took out their phones shouting. For a moment, the police hotline was overloaded by the worshippers. The scene was extremely chaotic. Young Master Igu looked outside, and coldly harumphed. "Ignore the worshippers outside. Faster!" Quickly, the immortal sage statue that True Monarch White had transformed into, and even its base, had been dug out. At the side, the 6 who had long since had their preparations in place used ropes to bind the immortal sage statue. A few people lifted up the immortal sage statue and moved it to that forklift. The forklift's throttle roared, and it carried the nameless immortal sage statue towards a delivery truck behind. The worshippers couldn't pass the defensive perimeter of the muscular men. They could only look on helplessly as the immortal sage statue of a divine being was snatched away. For a moment, angry abuse and curses flooded the nameless temple. On the other side, Song Shuhang managed to drag Do Do away from the computer with great difficulty, bringing him to the nameless temple. At this time, the True Monarch White's voice came from the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. "Fellow Daoist Shuhang, the efficiency of the people you sent is really high. They got me out of the nameless temple so fast. However, we on the path of cultivation need to collect good blessings and virtue. Our methods can't be too intense sometimes. The worshippers outside are innocent. Fellow Daoist Shuhang, you should let your subordinates show a bit of mercy. Don't injure these worshippers heavily." "What?" Song Shuhang was confused upon hearing this. He was still on the way to the nameless temple. Where did these helpers come from? True Monarch White, someone dug you away from the nameless temple? Yes. I've already been brought to a transportation vehicle that is similar to a horse cart. Eh? Could it be that these people aren't the helpers you found? True Monarch White asked. The helper I found is still on the way to the nameless temple. The nameless temple isn't even in my sights yet. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Speaking of which, who was the one who was digging away True Monarch White? Oh, I say, a fellow deist whom True Monarch Mount Huang took a liking to shouldn't be someone too savage. If it's not your people, then I'm at ease. True Monarch White laughed. I'll go and pick you up right away. Song Shuhang said. If True Monarch White was picked up by someone else, he wouldn't have the face to meet the seniors in the group anymore. No problem, no problem. This is good, this saves us from dispersing the worshippers ourselves. When these people bring me to a safe place, I'll come out from the statue. True Monarch White laughed in a simple-minded manner. All right. Then I'll follow you from behind. When you come out from the statue, I'll go and support you. Song Shuhang replied. He could lock onto True Monarch White's location through the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute and follow him from far behind. Then we'll do like this. Maintain contact. True Monarch White laughed. You just talked to True Monarch White? Dodo asked. Did something happen? Someone dug away True Monarch White. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. What? Dodo had an expression of incomprehension. He had never heard of a cultivator in closed-door seclusion being dug away by someone else. Actually, I should have expected this long ago. The statue of a divine being that True Monarch White transformed into has an attraction ordinary people can't resist. Under the influence of that attraction, there would definitely be some fellows who would take a risk out of that desperation, and act to seize that statue of a divine being. Song Shuhang sighed. But this was also fine. This would save him the trouble of dispersing the crowd of the nameless temple. Now, they just had to directly bring True Monarch White back from those fellows who dug away the statue of a divine being. While talking, Song Shuhang happened to pass through a mask shop. Boss, how much are the masks? 5 yuan for one. It's made of strong materials and isn't easy to damage. The boss smiled. Give me that Ultraman mask. Song Shuhang took out money and handed it over. When picking up True Monarch White in a while, this mask may be of use. Young Master Egu subordinates were very efficient and managed to load that nameless immortal sage statue onto the delivery truck within 10 minutes. Go! Quickly leave! Young Master Egu called out loudly. The 60 subordinates quickly retreated, climbed onto the delivery truck. In the blink of an eye they were gone. The ones left were the enraged worshippers in the nameless temple square who stamped their foots in anger. The police? Why aren't they here yet? A worshipper with a bloody nose and swollen face called out loudly. How could they be deployed so fast? Under normal circumstances, if there are any patrol cars nearby, the fastest they can reach the nameless temple is 10 or so minutes. Someone said depressed. Did you take photos? We need to post the shameless manner of those fellows on the net and let them suffer the disdain of the citizens. The sky is too dark, the shot is too blurry. Just as the worshippers were making all sorts of comments, another 2 trucks stopped at the nameless temple entrance. Then, a young man jumped off from one of the trucks. Another 40-plus stocky and strong muscular men got off the trucks. Young Master Yu, is it here? It's here. Charge, and dig out that nameless immortal sage statue of a divine being for me. Take note, don't look at that statue of a divine being. Young Master Yu had a manner of this being imperative. The 40 stocky and strong muscular men overbearingly charged towards the nameless temple. When they charged halfway they felt something strange. This was because those worshippers at the side were looking them with the gaze they would use on a silly but amusing person. The majority calmly and collectedly took out their phones and started recording. Although the 40 muscular men felt strange, their mission was more important. Young Master Yu had spent quite a lot. Whoever had money was the boss. The worshippers not blocking them saved them energy. They rushed into the nameless temple, and there was also 3 muscular men carrying a large cloth like before, preparing to cover the statue of a divine being first. But when they entered the temple, they were immediately dumbfounded. Eh? Where was the statue of a divine being? The agreed immortal sage statue of a divine being only had a hole left now? Fudge! Young Master Yu raged. Someone snatched before us. Which bastard dared snatch before this young master? Just as young Master Yu was angrily stamping his foot, there was the sound of an emergency braking outside the nameless temple again. Now it was 2 large trucks. 50 muscular men in black western suits jumped off, and were also stocky and strong. Their imposing manner was threatening. Then a young lady got off, and a sweet voice called out, "It's this Daoist temple, all of you charge! Go and dig out the immortal sage statue of a divine being for me. Take note, don't look at the statue of a divine being. Also be careful, if you damage it, see if I don't shatter your heads." It was basically the same lines. Even the tone was similar to the previous young Master Yu. Yes. The 50 muscular men in black western suits shouted uniformly, and charged towards the nameless temple. Just as these black-clothed men had run half of the way, there was the sound of an emergency braking from behind again. A limousine with a trident symbol and 3 large trucks stopped. On it were 40 uncles with strong muscles and a beautiful married woman. Damn it, someone else was first. Charge, no matter what, don't let that immortal sage statue land in anyone else's hands. We must seize the immortal sage statue. The beautiful married woman said, flustered and exasperatedly. A chaotic 3-way battle already couldn't be avoided. Song Shuhang used the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute to follow, and finally reached a large and magnificent estate outside the outskirts of Nanhua Lake City. The 4 trucks brought the statue True Monarch White transformed into and had long since entered the estate. A tall fence and steel gate blocked Song Shuhang's path. "It's here." Song Shuhang held it between his finger and thumb, and used strength to blow, and contacted True Monarch White. Now, even if True Monarch White blew himself out of the statue like a Russian doll, it wouldn't cause any effects. At most it would scare the fellows who had dug away the statue of a divine being. ZZZZZZ. Hello. True Monarch White's soft and gentle voice came out of the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. "Senior, it's about time. You can come out from the statue. I'll pick you up to leave," Song Shuhang said. ZZZZZZZZZZZZ. Hello, this is White Seclusion Grounds. Time remaining before end of seclusion is 1 hour 2 minutes. Please wait patiently. The soft and gentle voice continued. Song Shuhang. Fudge, seclusion? True Monarch White had actually decided to go through seclusion at this time. Although the period of seclusion this time was only 1 or 2 hours. But, Senior True Monarch White, was there a need to be so hard-working? You couldn't even bear to waste this amount of time, and had to use it for seclusion. At the same time, Song Shuhang's mind thought of what loose cultivator North River had said in the group before. True Monarch White is truly a seclusion maniac, a true model for my generation. So, it turned out that seclusion maniac referred to this. Whenever there was time to cultivate, don't waste any minute or second. Song Shuhang felt this should be some obsessive-compulsive disorder for seclusion, and had to be treated. Whatever. He sighed. It wasn't a big deal. He would just bring True Monarch White's statue back himself. His right hand held a defense talisman just in case. Then, Song Shuhang put on that Ultraman mask, and slowly came before that thick steel gate. Charge! He took a deep breath. He mobilized the blood and chi energy in his heart acupoint, and transferred it to his arm. His mouth chanted the Vajra Foundational Fist Technique, incantation. Foundational Fist Technique. 1. Fists like cannons, sweeping away thousands of troops. Then Dodo was at the side, boredly wagging its tongue, a blot on the landscape. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 153, Discussing the Importance of a Good Teammate. Chapter 153, Discussing the Importance of a Good Teammate. Knock, knock. An oppressive and deafening sound, like the giant bells in temples being struck, the echoes surging. The people in the large and magnificent estate jumped in fright. More than 10 people in charge of security quickly rushed towards the gate, so as to not be caught off guard. The gatekeepers looked through the CCTV, and could only see a fellow wearing an Ultraman mask standing outside the gate. Someone wearing a childish mask in broad daylight and using so much force to knock on the gate, was it someone crazy? Old Wang, who's outside? The security team leader asked. It's simply just someone crazy. Who's going to go chase him away? The gatekeeper Old Wang asked. I'll go. 2 of you come with me. Be careful, if it's someone crazy we'll chase him away. Chase him further away, just in case he comes back to bother us again. The security team leader led them to a small side door at the side. If the fellow outside was really crazy, it was best to be a bit careful. If he was stabbed, it would be being stabbed for nothing. Bring 2 others to chase away the other side would be better. If it was a troublemaker, he would let the other side see his power. At this time, Song Shuhang shook his fists. The gate was in severe pain. Wrong, it was the fist that was slightly sore. The steel gate was thick, heavy and hard. It wasn't the kind covered in steel sheets. Of course, Song Shuhang wasn't so self-confident that he thought he could punch through the steel gate in one punch. He was a person who knew himself well. That punch was only trying to blow apart that gate's lock. He just hadn't thought that the gate lock was just as hard as the steel gate. Him operating blood and chi energy with the addition spiritual energy was enough to twist steel bars bare-handedly. Using a full-strength punch under these conditions, the gate was actually absolutely still. Song Shuhang sighed. Turning, he looked at the Pekingese demon dog Dodo. Hoo. The Pekingese Dodo was wagging its tongue. It even winked at Song Shuhang, acting smart and adorable. Song Shuhang sighed. Dodo, let's go in. If the gate didn't open, then I'll just fly in. With Dodo, this 5 to 6 meters tall gate was a height that could be easily jumped. Woof. Okay. Dodo cooperatively nodded. His figure swelled, transforming into that of a 5-meter large Pekingese demon dog. Then it raised his paws to swat viciously towards that steel gate. Boom. The 5 meters tall steel gate fell just like that. Countless dust was raised when the heavy gate fell, blocking the people's line of sight. Song Shuhang turned around to look at Dodo. You were doing this on purpose, right? The Pekingese demon dog wagged its tongue, as cute as usual. Song Shuhang rubbed his forehead. Was it the right choice bringing along this doggy teammate? At this time, the security team leader had just happened to be at the small side gate. Then, the giant metal gate actually fell down with a large boom. The security team leader felt his heart almost stop. Fortunately, he was taking the side door. If he had taken the gate, when the metal gate crushed down, it would happen to crush him under as well. With the weight of the gate, it would want his little life. How did the gate fall? Did the crazy outside use explosives? I didn't hear any explosion sounds. Is this the newest model of miniature demolition bomb? Or was that booming sound from that explosive? The security muscular men widened their eyes, looking at the place the gate fell. Only to see a man clasp his hands behind his back as he stood. The Ultraman mask on his face was especially unsightly. The security team leader couldn't see the demon dog Dodo. Naturally, he assumed Song Shuhang was the culprit who broke down the gate. It wasn't an explosion. The security team leader looked at the felled gate. He didn't see any traces of explosions. Then how was this gate broken open? However, the security team leader quickly calmed down. He waved his hand to sign those subordinates to surround Song Shuhang. He said in a low voice, "Who are you?" Song Shuhang laughed. With a husky voice, "Relax. I have no ill intentions." The corners of the security team leader's mouth twitched. Tearing down someone else's gate, then saying, "I have no ill intentions. Are you taking us for fools?" "Ha ha. I'm here to bring away a friend," Song Shuhang continued. At the same time, he secretly activated the True Self meditation scripture and begun gathering spiritual energy. "Your friend? Dare I ask who your friend is?" the security team leader asked doubtfully. "My friend was just brought into the estate by you all," Song Shuhang said. "I'm here to bring him back. So, it can't be better than if you could return him to me." The security team leader was confused. He said quietly to someone at the side, "Did young Master Igu finally become depraved and went to forcefully snatch a girl?" "He shouldn't have. Young Master Igu did snatch something today. But it's just that nameless temple statue of a divine being. Although why was young Master Igu mad, but it's just a statue of a divine being. If he snatched it, he snatched it. At most he'll have to pay back money," the subordinate behind said in a low voice. At this time, Song Shuhang said, "Yes, that statue is my friend. So, could that young Master Igu of yours please return my friend?" Hearing to this point, the security team leader used a pitying look on Song Shuhang. So he really was an idiot. At the side, Do suddenly lifted a leg and kicked Song Shuhang. "Why are you talking so much nonsense? Just directly charge." They snatched away the statue of a divine being with great difficulty. How would they return it with just you saying a few sentences? Song Shuhang's hidden activation of the True Self meditation scripture was almost interrupted by Do. He looked gloomily at Do. "I'm dragging on the time and suppressing spiritual energy for a big move. My teammate was a dog, so how am I supposed to carry out a pentakill?" 1. Song Shuhang wanted to put to use spiritual pressure. After the heart acupoint and foundation establishment was complete, his spiritual energy was also raised substantially. Now if he put to use that spiritual pressure, it definitely wouldn't stop at just simply scaring a female teacher. Then, he suppressed a long time's worth of spiritual energy with great difficulty. It was almost kicked away by Do's leg. "Then when are you going to release it?" Do called out. "Then I'll release it." Song Shuhang took in a deep breath. True Self meditation scripture was activated, and the true self in his sea of consciousness abruptly opened his eyes. In the next moment, the spiritual energy he had tiringly suppressed was released in the direction of the security team leader and his subordinates. The security team leader saw Song Shuhang talking to air, as if he was talking to a person. It really was someone crazy. Also, it was a crazy with the ability to knock down a steel gate. It really was a terrifying opponent. Should they make a call to the nearby mental hospital? At this moment, they felt a formless force act on their body and made their whole bodies experience goosebumps. Faintly, they seemed to see a ferocious beast leaping at them, its bloody mouth wide open. It wanted to swallow even their leather and bones. The team members with weaker willpower only felt their heads swelling and covered their heads as they squatted. The ones with stronger willpower would feel their legs becoming numb and even their leg areas involuntarily trembling. "Not even one fell over?" Song Shuhang said. He had thought with the success of foundation establishment and his heart acupoint opened, if he unleashed some pressure, he could make ordinary people all fall down and become unable to get up. With this bit of spiritual energy of yours, making ordinary people's leg numb is the limit. To make all ordinary people fall over with spiritual pressure, ascend to rank 5 gold core first. The Pekingese Do said. But when he reached the rank 5 gold core realm, why would he need someone like spiritual pressure? With a gaze, and releasing some of his power, he could directly make ordinary people unable to handle it, and faint on the ground. At this time, the security team leader was the first to recover. "This fellow has something strange with his body," advanced shoulder to shoulder. The security team leader shouted loudly. The roar dispersing the fear in their hearts, he and his subordinates all roared as they charged at Song Shuhang. 30 or so seconds later, Song Shuhang shook his fists, and the security team leader and members fell to the floor in pain, unable to rise again. That spiritual pressure I wasted so much time suppressing for wasn't as useful my fists. Song Shuhang needed his fists, saying gloomily. So that's why I said earlier, why are you wasting time? Woof, don't play anymore. Bring True Monarch White away, I'm still waiting to accompany my wife. Woof woof. The Pekingisto Do said. Deep within the estate, a separate small courtyard and small building. This was Igu's residence. Young Master Igu directed 20 muscular men to carefully move the nameless immortal sage statue to the small courtyard. Even with the cloth covering, when he neared the immortal sage statue, he was unable to control his accelerating heartbeat as usual. This feeling wasn't even there during that pure first love. Young Master Igu casually asked, what happened outside just now? It seems someone came over to make trouble. Team leader Liu already went over to handle it. I believe it should be over soon. A muscular man replied. All right. Let them get rid of the troublemakers further away so they won't bother me. Young Master Igu waved his hands, letting the muscular men leave the courtyard. Then he rubbed his hands, and with an excited expression he grabbed a corner of the cloth covering. He gingerly opened the cloth covering. The perfect statue of a divine being was before his eyes again. Perfect! I'm willing to watch it for the rest of my life. Young Master Igu murmured. With this statue of a divine being, he didn't even want women anymore. He just wanted to accompany the statue of a divine being for the rest of his life. He was willing to become a Daoist priest who abstained from meat from today onwards, and worship the immortal sage statue day and night. That wasn't right, the ones who abstained from meat seemed to be monks. Just as young Master Igu was thinking nonsense, an unexpected voice sounded next to him. Found it! He lifted his head and saw a figure was squatting on the wall of his small courtyard. The figure's face was even wearing an Ultraman mask. Hello. Song Shuhang waved to young Master Igu. That statue next to you is my friend. I need to bring him away. Bring him away? Impossible. Don't dream, the statue of a divine being is mine, it's mine forever. Young Master Igu raged. How troublesome. Song Shuhang sighed. If at this time the immortal sage wasn't in seclusion, but just directly blew himself out of the statue, how would it be so troublesome? Song Shuhang jumped off from the wall. Regretfully, this statue of a divine being doesn't belong to anyone. You just suffered from the outflow of the statue of a divine being's energy. Sleep a while. When you wake up, everything will have recovered. Song Shuhang was prepared to give one to young Master Igu, and let him have a good sleep. At this time, a weak and angry voice of a girl came from outside the building. Elder brother, I heard that to pray for good fortune, you directly snatched a statue of a divine being from someone's Daoist temple? What is in that head of yours? 1. This seems to be a Chinese web slang based on the game LOL, where a pentakill is a distinguished achievement of single-handedly killing all enemy champions in short succession. So in this context, the slang most likely refers to defeating all the opponents quickly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 154, Dodo plus True Monarch White. Chapter 154, Dodo plus True Monarch White. That girl's voice was filled with anger. Behind was an expressionless muscular man in a western suit, single-mindedly pushing the wheelchair, entering young Master Igu's small courtyard. A 17 or 18-year-old young girl was sitting on the wheelchair. Her long hair that covered her face hung down loosely casually. A pair of clear pitch-black eyes shined. Her skin was white, but it was the type of whiteness from after a long period of sickness. There were no problems with her legs. The reason she needed to sit on a wheelchair was because she had a strange sickness. Every day at a regular time, her entire body would feel weak. When it was severe, she wouldn't be able to move even her fingers, like someone in a vegetative state. Her family had brought her to see many doctors. But after scouring all the famous doctors in the world, they weren't even able to identify the cause of her illness, to say nothing of curing it. Young Master Igu had gone to the Nameless Temple before to pray for his sister's good fortune. Then, his whole goal had changed when he had been emotionally affected by the nameless immortal sage statue of a divine being. When he saw his enraged little sister, Igu felt his head clear up a lot. Return this statue of a divine being to their Daoist temple, and apologize. Although the young girl was weak, her imposing manner was like that of a king of 10,000 beasts. Igu turned around, and like a shy little bee, lowered his head silently. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a few words. "Can I not return it?" "At most. I'll compensate them 10 statues of a divine being." "Elder brother, you're trying to anger me to death, aren't you?" The young girl used strength to smack the wheelchair armrests, and angrily rebuked him. "Either you return the statue of a divine being, or you turn yourself a statue of a divine being and send yourself over. Choose one." Although it was an angry rebuke, her voice continued to have the softness and sweetness of cotton candy. It made people's hearts soften upon hearing it. The Song Shuhang at this point was ignored by this brother and sister. Dodo turned its head over, looking at that young girl. Then it continued to wag its tongue, exhaling to-hoo-hoo. Song Shuhang sized up this weird pair of brother and sister. He kept feeling that if you looked at this brother and sister pair from another angle, the little sister had a majestic imposing manner, like an elder sister. And the elder brother kept retracting his head, like a little brother who had something wrong. It was an interesting pair of brother and sister. After a few days, then I'll send the statue of a divine being back." Igu grit his teeth. At most he'll spend some money, and get someone to carve an identical statue of a divine being to return. Now, immediately, right away return that statue of a divine being. As the little sister spoke, her entire body weakened, and she lay powerlessly against the wheelchair. Dodo shook its tail and spoke suddenly. "Shuhang, bring along that true monarch white statue of a divine being, let's go." "Woof tilde? Millimeter, all right," Song Shuhang said. "That's right. Shuhang, before going, do you want to form some good karma?" Dodo said suddenly. Its tail swept across the ground back and forth. "Good karma? What?" Song Shuhang said doubtfully. Dodo had a serious expression. "You're carrying body tempering liquid on you, right? The kind where you made yourself and has weaker medicinal strength." "I'm carrying it." "In a while before leaving, take out a small drop the size of a fingernail. Then, let that little miss open her mouth, and put it into her mouth," Dodo said. Then, you'll form some good karma with her. Trust me. This is an extremely big good karma. The Pekingese Dodo guaranteed solemnly. "It won't kill her, right? The body needs to have enough qi and blood when taking the body tempering liquid, right? This little miss looks to be quite weak. Can she bear the medicinal energy?" Song Shuhang asked doubtfully. "That's why it's good karma. Trust me," the Pekingese dog said. Song Shuhang started at it. He laughed. "All right. I'll listen. We'll just take it as me accumulating moral quality." Song Shuhang clapped his hands. He cut off the facing off brother and sister. "Apologies. I don't have much time. I need to bring my friend away." "You're dreaming. I won't let you take away the statue of a divine being." Young Master Igu rushed forward to hug the statue of a divine being. "Someone come, chase away this crazy person." Buff, when he had shouted halfway through, he suddenly limply fell down. Next to him, Dodo withdrew its paws with a disdainful expression. It had lightly flicked, and knocked out young Master Igu. "Who are you?" The little sister frowned as she stared at Song Shuhang. Behind her, the man in a black western suit reached into his bosom. That posture seemed to be like he was taking out a gun or something similar. Then, the Western suit man fell down as well. Dodo withdrew its claws disdainfully once again. Ordinary people couldn't see it, so it could brazenly knock out others. For a moment, there was only Song Shuhang, the little miss and the Pekingese Dodo in the whole small courtyard. Don't be so nervous. It's only letting your brother have a good nap. There won't be any problems when he wakes up. Song Shuhang smiled slightly. It was a pity that this kind smile of his couldn't be seen by anyone because of the mask. I'll bring back the statue of a divine being back first. He doesn't belong to you all. That's right, before going, I want to give you a present. Song Shuhang went to the side of the statue of a divine being, and lightly lifted. The heavy statue of a divine being was easily lifted onto his shoulder. The little miss widened her eyes. This masked man obviously didn't seem so strong, but could actually lift such a heavy statue easily. Her eyes couldn't help but show an envious light. Don't even talk about this kind of godly strength. Even just living like a normal girl was an unattainable thing for her. Just as she was thinking deeply, Song Shuhang suddenly turned around. Open your mouth. The little miss subconsciously opened her mouth. Song Shuhang took the chance to lightly flick a drop of body-tempering liquid into her mouth. She didn't even need to swallow, and the body-tempering liquid directly slid into her throat. Forming some good karma with you. It's also completing your elder brother's wish. Song Shuhang had finished speaking. He confidently jumped up high. Dodo, let's go. Song Shuhang originally wanted Dodo to coordinate with him. When he jumped up high, it would catch him, then ride the clouds and fly on the mist and leave. But Dodo clearly wasn't the type of teammate that could coordinate and reach a silent understanding. It looked curiously at Song Shuhang jumping high up. It had a perplexed expression, as it simply didn't know what Song Shuhang was doing. And thus, Song Shuhang fell to the ground awkwardly. Go! He once again grit his teeth. Carrying the statue of a divine being, he jumped over the surrounding walls. He left even turning his head. The Pekingese Dodo winked. When Song Shuhang ran away far off, it secretly patted the young girl with its paw. Then, it chased after Song Shuhang's far-off figure. Behind, that young girl froze. She immediately reached into her mouth with her hand. She wanted to immediately spit out that thing the masked man had fed her. Who the heck knew what that masked man flicked into her mouth? And she also kept feeling that that thing she swallowed was carrying a concentrated abnormal smell. But at this moment, she felt a burning sensation from her throat. Her throat was about to be burned. Was it poison? Then, that feeling only lasted for 2 seconds. Immediately, that burning sensation turned into a warm current that flowed into her lower abdomen. With her lower abdomen as a transfer point, it gushed to every corner of her body. She couldn't help but moan comfortably. The warm current lasted for very long. Finally, she burped twice continuously. With these 2 burps, she felt her internal organs felt like it had been washed clean, cool and refreshed throughout. With every breath she took, it felt as clear and fresh as the forest in the morning. But all this wasn't important. What was most important was that when her hands grabbed the wheelchair, she effortlessly stood up. That strange weakening sickness was completely gone. She could now feel a strength in her entire body she couldn't completely use. Good karma. She clenched her small fists. Karma? And at this time, young Master Igu's grand residence was in a mess. The security team members were searching that grand residence for that masked crazy. However, they had no gains. That crazy seemed to have vanished into thin air without any traces. Dodo brought Song Shuhang, the statue true monarch White had transformed into, and flew to a mountainous area in Nanhua Lake City with no one there. He didn't directly bring him back to Jiangnan University City, as when true monarch White ended his seclusion, he had to blow up that layer of statue on his body. True monarch White had said himself that there would be a lot of activity when he blew himself out. Blowing himself out in Jiangnan University City would cause a lot of disturbance. Song Shuhang put true monarch White down. He asked, Dodo, have all the traces in the Grand Residence been cleared? Science now was very advanced. With enough money, even if it was just a small section of a fingerprint, it could very well be discovered. Relax, all the traces have been cleared away by magical techniques. However, if the other side wants to find you, they can still find you. You didn't hide when you entered Linyao village. If the other side pumps in enough money, finding out about you is just a matter of time. Dodo laughed mischievously. No problem. I believe you can settle it, Dodo. After all, I formed some good karma with that little miss. Song Shuhang laughed. Dodo's dog face twitched. Song Shuhang put True Monarch White's statue of a divine being down nicely. He took out his handphone and waved to Dodo. Come, let's take a photo together. After spending so much effort to bring True Monarch White out, he would take a photo to send to the group and let the seniors see it. He would also let True Monarch Mount Huang see his effort. This way, when the task was over, True Monarch Mount Huang may give him more rewards. Dodo coordinated and showed his body. Together with Song Shuhang, they took a photo with the statue of a divine being. Song Shuhang sent the photo to the 9 Provinces #1 group space. Caption: After twists and turns, True Monarch White has been finally received. It was added to the group photo of him, Dodo and True Monarch White statue form. Just as the photo was sent, the chat seniors all instantly praised it. These seniors had all been staring at the group. Then a whole stream of comments. Mansion Master 7 lives talisman, little friend Shuhang has had it hard. Also, I only see you and Dodo, where's True Monarch White? Medicine Master, where's True Monarch White? Transformations Technique King, same question, where the True Monarch? Rome Cloud Monk Tongxian? At this time, Transformations Technique King replied quickly. Wait, could that statue be True Monarch White? Mansion Master 7 lives talisman, it really is True Monarch White. How did the True Monarch become a statue? Cave Master Snowwolf, True Monarch White is always changing his methods of giving us pleasant surprises. You've worked hard, little friend Shuhang, it's Dodo plus True Monarch White. Mansion Master 7 lives talisman, that's right, it's actually Dodo plus True Monarch White. Medicine Master, Dodo plus True Monarch White. True Monarch Mount Huang, little friend Shuhang, work hard. This picture made many lurking chat seniors appear. Song Shuhang silently closed his handphone, looking at the Pekingese Dodo next to him. Seeing Song Shuhang's expression, Dodo understood. Are those amusing fools in the group saying something bad about me again? No, Song Shuhang said calmly. They're just putting you and Senior True Monarch White together. Dodo. Minutes and seconds of time passed by. Finally, True Monarch White's cultivation time had ended. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 155, How Terrifying is a Senior Who Can Fall on Flat Ground? Chapter 155, How Terrifying is a Senior Who Can Fall on Flat Ground? At this time, True Monarch White's voice came from the 1,000-mile sound transmission flute. Is little friend Shuhang there? I was too bored waiting just now, so I went to cultivate a while. Now, I don't know where they've brought me. Can you still find me? I'm about to come out from the statue protective shell. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Hello Senior True Monarch White, I'm beside you. True Monarch White was extremely embarrassed. Senior, you just need to come out. That's right, when you blow yourself from out of your statue, do I need to take shelter? Song Shuhang asked. Yes, retreat to about 10 meters. I can control the explosion's power. True Monarch White replied confidently. 10 meters was it? Song Shuhang retreated about 20 steps. This should be about 10 meters, right? At this time, he turned around and saw that Dodo had actually calmly and collectedly retreated to be about 100 meters. His tail was swaying left and right. Song Shuhang thought about that confident reply of True Monarch White, then looked at Dodo's calm and collected expression. Without hesitation, he quickly went to the same line of battle as Dodo, quickly going to the 100 meters mark. You can still be considered to have some brains, woof. Dodo laughed mischievously. I just think that you would definitely have a reason for running so far. However, True Monarch White was so confident, and is an expert of this level. Logically speaking, he should be able to perfectly control the power of the explosion, right? Why would you retreat 100 meters? Song Shuhang said softly. Ha ha, did I say he couldn't control the power of the explosion? Dodo swayed his tail. I'm avoiding something else, to avoid getting buried by True Monarch White. As they spoke, the statue True Monarch White had already exploded with a boom. It really was quite powerful, and really was like firing off mountain artillery. The entire ground was shaking. But True Monarch White's control was very strong. Although the outer shell fragments of the statue flew out violently, they all landed within 10 meters. After the statue's outer shell was blown apart, the true body of True Monarch White was shown. It was a figure that was as if that of an immortal who had descended into the mortal world. Pitch black hair cascaded down the back, eyes that shined like the stars. White clothes, with complex formation inscribed on it, fluttered and rose in the aftermath of the explosion. Power incessantly flowed like liquid, making him more like an extraordinary immortal. Song Shuhang couldn't help but to sigh. Compared to the illusion he had seen that time at the Nameless Temple, the True Monarch White possessed even more of the bearing of an immortal. Millimeter, it had to be mentioned. Even after the seclusion of 150 years where he didn't wash his hair still remained black and soft. And those white robes also remained spotless after 150 years. The hair remaining soft could be considered to be that when cultivators reached a certain realm, they would no longer be dirted by dust and dirt. For clothes, could it be that body cleaning spell of legends really existed? Bah, it should be clothes cleaning spell instead. These kind of things related to body cleanliness magical techniques. If there was these kind of magical techniques it would be great. Clothes wouldn't need washing ever again. With a magical technique incantation, the clothes would become as clean as if it was new with a whoosh. Wouldn't that be great? This magical technique was especially important in winter. Song Shuhang still remembered how the year before during the December winter, the numbness when he had been hand-washing his winter clothes, and how his hands had been frozen until they no longer had feeling. That was off topic. Song Shuhang stared at Senior True Monarch White. Since he could control the danger radius of the explosion to within 10 meters, why would Dodo retreat to 100 meters? At this time, True Monarch White gave a thumbs up, and gave a Song Shuhang a Daoist gesture from far off. Hello fellow Daoist Shuhang. Song Shuhang had never seen this gesture before, and could only copy True Monarch White to return the greeting. Hello, Senior True Monarch White. Where do we go next? After seclusion for 150 years, I keep feeling like the outside world has changed a lot. Whether it's the transportation tool that brought my outer statue shell, or the clothes. In a short period of over 100 years, there were more changes than the previous 1,000 years. True Monarch White smiled calmly as he spoke. That smile was simply the kind that could topple countries, and made people unable to take their eyes off it. We'll return to Jiangnan University City first. If True Monarch White doesn't dislike it, you can stay at an apartment Medicine Master bought for a while. During this time, I'll familiarize you with modern items. Song Shuhang said. Alright, I'll follow fellow Daoist Shuhang's arrangements for everything. True Monarch White smiled again, and his smile was pretty and brilliant in all kinds of ways. Then, True Monarch White's gaze landed on the Pekingese Dodo. Little Dodo, long time no see. Woof woof, long time no see, Senior White. Dodo called out. True Monarch White asked, is True Monarch Mount Huang still well? Mount Huang is still very good, he's currently preparing to charge at the rank 7 Venerable Realm. Dodo replied. Speaking of True Monarch Mount Huang, it resentfully grimaced. That's great, cultivators that are talented and hard-working like True Monarch Mount Huang can definitely successfully ascend to the Venerable Realm. True Monarch White replied, then walked toward Song Shuhang. As he walked, True Monarch White's eyes misted over, and seemed to be pondering some issue. Fudge, True Monarch White's mind has wandered. The hair on Dodo's tail stood erect. Song Shuhang was suspicious. Just as Dodo's words fell, True Monarch White seemed to trip on something. Then his entire body fell over. Song Shuhang dared to guarantee that before True Monarch White tripped, there were no obstructions on the ground. Which was to say, this was the divine technique, falling on flat ground. If it was a normal person who tripped and fell on the ground, they would be fine after getting up and dusting off the mud and dirt on them. At most, they would break some skin. But if the one falling on flat ground was an existence on the level of True Monarch White. Boom! A deafening explosion. It was even greater than the explosion when True Monarch White blew himself out of the statue. Dust and dirt rose from the position True Monarch White was at. After a long while, Song Shuhang widened his eyes, and saw a giant pit had been smashed open where True Monarch White had fallen. It was simply as deep and large as if a meteor had fallen there. Dodo secretly swallowed a mouthful of saliva. 150 years of seclusion really isn't playing around. This pit is actually such a large area. Fortunately, I retreated 100 meters or I'll have fallen into this pit. Seeing the size of this bottomless pit, perhaps True Monarch White is no longer True Monarch White, but Venerable White? Song Shuhang swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Tell me truthfully, Dodo. Does True Monarch White often accidentally trip on the ground? Millimeter, don't worry. Dodo consoled as he replied. True Monarch White only easily trips when his mind wanders while pondering a question. But Dodo would absolutely never tell Song Shuhang that True Monarch White could have his mind wander at any moment. He could even do so over 100 times in one day. He easily trips when his mind wanders? Song Shuhang immediately thought of an image. One day, when he was accompanying True Monarch White and walking on the streets, he would be introducing some modern knowledge at the same time. Because True Monarch would be pondering some question, his mind would wander. Then, boom! Based on a visual estimate, True Monarch White was 1.82 meters tall. If other factors weren't considered, then from when True Monarch White fell to when he quickly landed, how much terror would Song Shuhang feel? At that time, perhaps only the hole in the earth could explain it. He definitely had to remember. He had to always take note of Senior True Monarch White's condition. He definitely had to prevent him from falling on flat ground accidentally. A senior who spaced out wasn't scary. A powerful senior wasn't scary. A person who could fall on flat ground wasn't scary. But when it was a powerful senior who spaced out and fell on flat ground, it was extremely scary. Its damage was off the charts. Eh? At this time, the True Monarch White in the pit climbed out. He patted his clothes as if nothing had happened. His clothes remained as pure white as snow. It seemed if these white-robed really had the ability of a clean and a dust-preventing. I was just thinking of something from the seclusion. My mind ended up wandering, ha. True Monarch White looked at Song Shuhang and Dodo and laughed embarrassedly. Then, True Monarch pointed his thumb to his forehead. He shouted lightly, "Flat ground spell." With his light shout, the soil at the corners of the pit moved, and the pit leveled quickly. Seeing his practiced skill, Song Shuhang knew True Monarch White hadn't used this flat ground spell only a few times in the past. After burying the soil, True Monarch White said, "All right, done. Can we go?" "All right, Senior. Dodo and I will bring up the front." "Senior, just follow us," Song Shuhang replied. Dodo silently expanded its body to 5 meters length. Song Shuhang climbed onto its back. "Hey, wait! Let me ride Dodo too," True Monarch White suddenly said. "My lifeblood flying sword was stolen away when I was in seclusion. I can't use sword flight. After a few days when I familiarize modern things with fellow Dao Song Shuhang, I'll go and get my flying sword back." Song Shuhang. Even the lifeblood flying sword got stolen by someone? "Senior, what was going on with this seclusion of yours?" Dodo's dog face was also twitching. Finally it sighed, and expanded its body again by a small amount. True Monarch White laughed, and lightly jumped onto Dodo's back. "I'll have to trouble you, little Dodo. When I return and reopen my treasury, I'll give you something good to eat." Dodo immediately said, "I want 1,000 years vermilion fruit." "No problem, I have to see how many fruits the vermilion fruit tree bore in these 150 years. True Monarch White said readily. Dodo was satisfied, and brought Song Shuhang and True Monarch White to the skies, flying towards Jiangnan University City. On the way, Song Shuhang curiously asked, "Speaking of which, senior, why were you in that statue? Where are your seclusion grounds?" "It's a long story. My seclusion's grounds were destroyed because of an accident." True Monarch White sighed. The demon dog Dodo asked doubtfully, "Your seclusion grounds should have at least over 300 defenses, right? What accident can destroy that grounds of yours?" "It was a heavenly tribulation." True Monarch White shrugged his shoulders. "Just as I had been in seclusion for 50+ years, I suddenly advanced, and heavenly tribulation fell. The power of that heavenly tribulation was great, and with just a few minutes my over 300 defenses were destroyed. Then, my seclusion grounds were smashed to pieces." As he was in closed-door seclusion and secluding, he suddenly advanced. This really was a happy and tragic method of advancing. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 156, I feel like I've been left behind by the times every time I come out of seclusion. Chapter 156, I feel like I've been left behind by the times every time I come out of seclusion. It could only be said, as expected, as seclusion maniac True Monarch White. The demon dog Dodo sighed in its heart. While in closed-door seclusion he advanced, and the seclusion grounds were smashed to pieces by the heavenly tribulation. Although this was seldom seen, but it had happened before in the cultivation world. But there wasn't anyone like True Monarch White, who underwent the heavenly tribulation while in seclusion and successfully advanced, but continuing closed-door seclusion and not immediately coming out. Cultivators went through closed-door seclusion mostly for the sake of advancement. Since they had advanced, their goal had been achieved, so they would obviously come out of seclusion to notify their still-alive fellow Taoists to celebrate. Only True Monarch White went into seclusion wholly for the sake of seclusion, to enjoy the process of seclusion itself. Which to say, True Monarch White, you're now venerable? Dodo asked. Yes. True Monarch White calmly nodded his head. The him as of now was a venerable White, and no longer True Monarch White. Song Shuhang asked curiously, "Then Senior White, how did you become a statue afterwards, and even got enshrined in the Nameless Temple? Also, the time frame didn't match up." True Monarch White had gone into seclusion 150 years ago. In the process of the seclusion he had met a heavenly tribulation, and the restrictions in the seclusion grounds had all been destroyed. That would be 100 years of time at most, right? But according to the records of Linyao village regarding the Nameless Temple, that immortal sage statue had been enshrined several centuries ago. It's a long story. True Monarch White laughed, and said tirelessly, that heavenly tribulation destroyed my seclusion grounds. I relied on secret arts in the end to overcome the heavenly tribulation. The remnants of the secret art transformed into the outer statue shell you all saw, protecting me within. Then, because I had just advanced, I happened to be familiarizing myself to my new spiritual energy condition. I didn't immediately enter closed-door seclusion, but a partial cultivation state. Perhaps that heavenly tribulation had been too great, and it coincidentally attracted a nearby cultivator. It was a cultivator from the Empty Void Thief sect. He mistook my seclusion grounds as a good place. He found my seclusion grounds with great difficulty, and got through layers upon layers of mechanisms, digging all the way to my seclusion grounds. True Monarch White held his chin, reminiscing about the situation then. He was very excited after getting to my seclusion grounds. Unfortunately, there weren't any treasures except for my lifeblood flying sword, Meteor Sword. That cultivator's cultivation level wasn't high, and perhaps his vision wasn't that good. He actually thought my lifeblood flying sword was an ownerless item. He delightedly took away my flying sword. I felt he was quite interesting, so I let him take away my flying sword. So my lifeblood flying sword should be still with him now? After a while I'll retrieve it. Not having a flying sword is inconvenient. After letting him play with it for a century, he should be satisfied, right? Dodo had a regretful expression. Senior White's flying sword really had been stolen by someone. Immortal Stay Sword 1, what a good name. Song Shuhang's attention was on the flying sword. After experiencing the effects of sword flight a few times, his yearning towards flying swords had already reached an extreme level. The Pekingese Dodo asked again. Then, Senior White, you were dug up by the villagers digging wells? No, it was still that empty void thief sect's cultivator. He was very weird. The first day, he took away my flying sword. The second day, he came to my seclusion grounds again, and moved the statue I transformed into out. At that time I thought he had discovered my true body. But it seems he just wanted to take out my statue. He stood guard in a daze day and night. He did so for a few days. True Monarch White said, pondering. Song Shuhang and Dodo looked at each other. Without saying, it was definitely caused by the effect of that special charm Senior White gave off, right? Speaking of special charm, Song Shuhang turned his head to look at the deep in thought True Monarch White. He suddenly felt that the True Monarch White now was becoming more and more graceful. He was like a black hole and could draw in people's gazes, making people unable to take away their eyes. Even the heart rate would involuntarily start to speed up. Song Shuhang, who had experienced it before, quickly turned his head away forcefully. Then, he saw Dodo firmly staring at True Monarch White, an expression of being unable to bear taking away its eyes. Song Shuhang hurriedly patted Dodo's head. Dodo was currently flying in the air. If he didn't look clearly in front, what would they do if they crashed into an airplane? Dodo embarrassedly wagged its tongue, pretending to be panting. True Monarch White continued, then, after about 3 or 4 days, that empty void thief sect's cultivator suddenly had a terrified expression, and dug a deep hole and buried me into the ground. What a strange fellow! Then, I felt that being buried in the ground didn't really matter. So I continued to be in closed-door meditation. The things after that, I'm not really clear on them. When the villagers dug me up and enshrined me in the Daoist temple, I didn't feel it. You all know what happened next. I only knew I got enshrined as a statue of a divine being when my seclusion ended. True Monarch White laughed. When he had awoken from seclusion and found out he had been enshrined in a Daoist temple as a statue of a divine being, he had felt quite embarrassed. Song Shuhang hiddenly sighed. As expected, legends weren't reliable. Thinking about it, it was probably because the villagers had passed it down orally. As it got passed down, the time of the digging out of a divine statue was exaggerated. On the other side, Nanhua Lake City's television was playing a piece of news. Outside the nameless temples of Linyao village, over 100 people had collectively brawled, and the scene was very tragic. The police had already quickly got to the scene, and on the spot arrested about 70 of the brawling crowd. Also, the statue of a divine being in the nameless temples had been stolen by someone in the chaos. According to the descriptions of the worshippers present, before the collective brawling of the 3 waves of over 100 people, there had been a wave of people who had charged to the nameless temple and took away the statue of a divine being. The police expressed that this collective brawling incident was abominable. They would definitely heavily punish the people who had punished in this brawl, and would definitely find the statue of a divine being of the nameless temple. Dodo's flying speed didn't need to be said, and they quickly landed at Medicine Master's apartment. True Monarch White stood on the rooftop, overlooking the distance. Looking over, tall buildings rose steeply from level ground. The whole Jiangnan University City area seemed like a forest forged from iron and steel. Just remembering it 150 years ago, this was still a giant forest. There was also a beautiful lake at the side. True Monarch White compared the scene before him to the memories in his mind. He faintly sighed. He always had a feeling like he'd been left behind by the times every time he came out of closed-door seclusion. The true Monarch White in a sighing state was also a handsome mess. True Monarch White quickly adjusted his mental state. Fellow Daoist, where should we start familiarizing from about the modern world? Song Shuhang laughed, pleased with himself. I've long since made the preparations. Would Senior White please follow me? Then, Song Shuhang took True Monarch White to the third floor, the room he would be temporarily staying in. True Monarch White curiously sized up everything in the room. Color television sets, air conditioners, fridges, and microwaves all hadn't existed 150 years ago. These were all things the previous owner left behind. Senior Medicine Master had spent in such a wealthy manner. The owner naturally wouldn't quibble over a few small items. Song Shuhang switched on the computer, then logged into the 9 Provinces #1 group, and opened the chat space. Then he dragged out a few files, and downloaded it. Modern electrical appliances and their diagrams, air conditioning, television, computers, cell phones, rice cooker, etc. Things that cultivators need to take note of. Science and technology are advancing very quickly. 10 ways on how to quickly assimilate into society. Road safety rules, please keep in mind to never knock into a car. Attachment, various pictures of car shapes. To show some consideration for True Monarch White, Song Shuhang had used a software to change the words in the file to the traditional characters. Senior, look at these files first. This consists of the diagrams and uses of electric appliances used in normal homes. When you slightly understand these things, I'll help you register for a chat software account, and let True Monarch Mount Huang add you into the 9 Provinces #1 group. That's right, I need to do things like ID for you, then get you a handphone and computer. Song Shuhang said. Let me take a look. True Monarch White excitedly sat in front of the computer, and copied how Song Shuhang dragged the mouse, and moved the gear. He had the posture. These things are interesting. This is a computer before me, right? How convenient, there are so many uses. And also fridges. In the past I would have to use a giant ice storage or a freezing formation if I wanted to keep something cool. And this handphone, it has the same usage as the 1,000-mile sound transmission. True Monarch White's eyes began to shine. He himself had an interest towards magical treasures mechanisms. There were so many modern things before him, making him feel very happy. Take a look first, Senior. I'll contact the 9 Provinces #1 group. Song Shuhang said. He used his phone to log into the 9 Provinces #1 group. He found in the chat space that fellow Daoist whom have secluded for 50 years and above that need to make a legal ID. For more info please contact *********** Cave Master Snowwolf. Cave Master Snowwolf seemed to be a senior who had lurked for a long time. When he had sent a picture of him receiving True Monarch White from seclusion, this Cave Master Snowwolf had appeared. 9 Provinces #1 group. Great pressure of Mount Books, at Cave Master Snowwolf, is senior there. Cave Master Snowwolf quickly appeared. Ha, do you need True Monarch White's legal identity documents and personal information? Relax, True Monarch Mount Huang already entrusted me to make these long ago. It'll be sent to you all tomorrow. True Monarch Mount Huang considered it so thoroughly. Song Shuhang sighed. Little friend Shuhang, Senior White has already come out from the statue, right? What feelings are there? Cave Master Snowwolf immediately asked. What feelings? Song Shuhang thought about it, saying, not really any feelings. I just feel that compared to the statue, Senior White's true self is slightly more handsome. As for True Monarch White's ability to fall onto flat ground, Song Shuhang felt it would better to show some consideration for his senior's face. If it could be covered up, then cover it up. After all, he wasn't capable of saying bad things about people behind their backs. Ho, work hard, little friend Shuhang. Cave Master Snowwolf seemed to be very pleased with Song Shuhang's answer. Song Shuhang was confused. Then, he carefully looked at True Monarch White. Speaking of which, why did True Monarch White make the seniors in the group so unsettled? He had thought before that it may be because of that special charm of True Monarch White making trouble. That would indeed make the male seniors in the group feel awkward. But didn't the group have female cultivators? Song Shuhang couldn't understand it after giving it many thoughts. 1. I believe Song Shuhang misheard the Meteor Sword, Loxing Sword, as Immortal Stay Sword, Luxian Sword. Can any other Raw readers confirm this? I'm not entirely sure about this part since it was never explicitly explained. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 157, actually, the whole group are my alt accounts. Chapter 157, text redacted. In the 9 Provinces number 1 group, after Cave Master Snowwolf had finished speaking, no one in the group actually continued speaking. Originally based on the personalities of the seniors in the chat, when someone raised a topic, there would always be some lurking senior who would appear. The cause really seemed to be the loss of the ever-online warrior Senior North River and the Senior Mad Saber 3 Waves who courted death in various ways. After losing the main posters, the group had become much more cold and cheerless. This atmosphere made Song Shuhang feel like he couldn't adapt to it. He saw the members online who were displayed on the right, and there was actually only the chat admin True Monarch Mount Huang online. All the others were shown as offline. A majority of them had set their status as invisible. The bored Song Shuhang casually sent a sentence. Senior Mount Huang, what are you busy with recently? He remembered True Monarch Mount Huang had said that a matter was dragging on, and he needed 2 months before he could fetch Dodo. So the Song Shuhang who couldn't find a topic asked casually. Ho ho, I'm waiting for an interesting fellow to break out of a seal. True Monarch Mount Huang laughed. As he spoke, he sent a screenshot. This was a screenshot of a chat software Close Friends Daily Journal. The account used in the screenshot wasn't True Monarch Mount Huang's, but an account named Little Tangerine Face. The ID of the one releasing the diary was the Daoist priest Cloud Mist. Caption, Waha, Mount Huang you stupid C******, you've suppressed me for a whole 200 years. Content, but I finally analyzed the principles behind your seal technique. I've already begun to calculate the technique to break the seal. I'll soon be able to break your crappy seal, and once again be free in the human world. At that time, see how I make my revenge on you. Waha, this time I definitely won't show mercy. Below this diary, the people who liked it was extensive. Post 1, Daoist priests about to break out of the seal. 200 years is really amazing. I'm looking forward to when Daoist priest breaks out of the seal and regales us with more tales of your powerful and bold achievements in those years. Post 2, Daoist priest Chunibyo acted up again? Post 3, the stories Daoist priest tells are the most wonderful. I even have the thought of adapting it all into a web novel. Post 4, Daoist priest, you can't stop your medicine. Post 5, you can't just eat medicine anyhow. But if the one eating the medicine is Daoist priest, it'll definitely be fine. He'll be even more adorable after eating medicine. Post 6, Daoist priest, a seal is such a secretive matter. Is announcing it openly really fine? Post 7, furthermore, there should be applause. The people leaving a comment after that were over 100. Song Shuhang looked at the content. This fellow called the Daoist priest Cloud Mist had been sealed by True Monarch Mount Huang for close to 200 years. He was finally about to break out of the seal, so he went online to proudly post a diary. But unfortunately he was discovered by True Monarch Mount Huang's alternate account. But after being sealed for 200 years, he can still go online while sealed? Song Shuhang asked. Perhaps True Monarch Mount Huang advocated special treatment for prisoners, and gave his personally sealed prisoners an internet connection. Ha ha, I'll explain it for you. True Monarch Mount Huang laughed saying. This Daoist priest Cloud Mist is an elder of the previous generation of the Empty Void Thief sect, and is quite amusing. 200 years ago he was already at the rank for Xiantian realm. Suppressed until now, his rank should have increased by not a small amount. 200 years ago he entered one of my cave residences and stole all the treasures inside. If he had just stolen it, then that would be fine. The Empty Void Thief sect was originally of this line. At most the next time I caught him, I would beat him half to death. But unexpectedly, after stealing my things, he went about complacently publicizing that the standards of my sealing arts and formations were extremely crappy, and breaking into my cave residence was like playing around. He also said that with my standards, even if I used all my sealing arts, he would still be able to break out within minutes. Then I did as he wished. I spent a lot of effort to capture him, then used a giant meteor rock as a seal and used the 5-finger mountain sealing art 1 to seal and suppress him. This suppression has lasted for 200 years, and he hasn't come out even now. Song Shuhang. So it turns out that if you bragged how awesome you were without writing out a draft first, the consequences would be very dire. True Monarch Mount Huang continued. A month before, I counted the time and felt it was about right to release him. So I secretly went to the seal to look at him. I actually discovered he was analyzing my 5 fingers mountain sealing art, which was interesting. I really wanted to know how long he'll need before he analyzed the seal I set up. So I didn't interfere, and thought of just quietly being an audience. Regretfully, I couldn't confirm how long he'll take to open the seal, and I couldn't be watching him all the time. Firstly, I didn't have so much free time. Secondly, if I kept staring at him, he would definitely sense it. So, I spent some money hiring a normal person to pretend to be a lost person who wandered into the sealing area. The locked up for 200 years Daoist priest was also very stifled, and he was very excited after seeing someone. He used magical techniques to confuse this normal person, making him go to this sealing area every day. He understood the changes in the outside world through this normal person. I saw that he was so interested in the outside world, so on the second day, I let the normal human bring a Daoist priest Cloud Mist a tablet computer with an installed phone card to go online. Of course, I've played some tricks on the tablet computer. It has no ability to download software, and no webpage functions. It only some small offline games to relieve boredom. The only thing that can actually go online is a chat software typer that I researched and developed. I originally planned to move our 9 provinces #1 group over when I perfected it. I didn't expect to be able to put it to use here. That chat software typer is more or less like the one we're using now. The server is with me. So, Daoist Priest Cloud Mist is the sole user of my software. Then, I created over 300 alt accounts, one after another, adding Daoist Priest Cloud Mist as my good friend. I created a new chat group and added Daoist Priest Cloud Mist. Every day, I let my sock puppets accompany Daoist Priest Cloud Mist to chat. And that normal person was in charge of going into the sealing area every day, and give Cloud Mist some immaterial news of no consequence every day. He would also bring a charger and help charge the tablet computer. Reading to this point, Song Shuhang couldn't help but laugh. Then within a month, Daoist Priest Cloud Mist learned to chat. Because that tablet computer only had the chat software typer I let someone develop, when he was fed up playing with those small offline games, he started to boast about his awesomeness every day in the chat, chatting about his glorious past. I let the sock puppets work together with Daoist Priest Cloud Mist. Some accounts taunted him that he was a ***, some accounts praised him, and some accounts said he spoke well, so that he wouldn't be bored. At the same time, they let Daoist Priest Cloud Mist think the good friends he was chatting with were all normal people. Then, today, Daoist Priest Cloud Mist posted this diary today in the chat software type A. I just finished praising using 100 alt accounts, and posted 100 messages. At the same time, he involuntarily thought of an old joke. Young man, did you think this group was really so lively? Actually, the whole group is my alt accounts. This whole group is just you and me. If you don't believe it, want me to switch an account to say something to you? Daoist Priest Cloud Mist was a real portrayal of this joke. 300 plus good friend, and all were True Monarch Mount Huang's alt accounts. The True Monarch was playing very enjoyably. At this time, Cave Master Snowwolf spoke out. Senior Mount Huang. What if that Daoist priest Cloud Mist isn't actually that stupid? Perhaps he has long since guessed the truth of this matter, and for this 1 month he's been playing with you. After all, for someone who had trained to the rank 5 Spirit Emperor realm, unless they were really dim-witted, how many were really such amusing fools? Perhaps this Daoist Cloud Mist was flooding the chat software typer, and then internally mocking true Monarch Mount Huang? It doesn't matter. Aren't I also playing with him for fun? I've had an enjoyable time playing for the whole process anyways. True Monarch Mount Huang laughed. Besides, I was originally planning to release him anyhow. Isn't it very amusing for him to play with me for so long before he escaped? Cave Master Snowwolf sent a prostrating in admiration emoticon. Senior Mount Huang's realm is too high, I'm humbly convinced. Song Shuhang also sent the prostrating in admiration emoticon. However, according to Dodo, true Monarch Mount Huang was preparing to charge towards the rank 7 Venerable realm. Was there really no problem with boldly playing with the Daoist priest Cloud Mist? At this time, in the 9 provinces #1 group, Great Pressure of Mount Book suddenly said something. Ho, little Snowwolf, you're still alive? Isn't this ID me? But I didn't say anything. Song Shuhang immediately turned around, looking at the computer. Then, he saw true Monarch White smile at him. Song Shuhang didn't go offline after downloading things on the computer, and the Great Pressure of Mount Books there was still online. That was sent by true Monarch White just now. That can't be it, Song Shuhang's mouth opening. How long had it been since true Monarch White had come into contact with a computer? He could use a computer already, and could even type? Senior White, with this amazing speed of learning efficiency, wouldn't this make the primitives of a certain island in the Pacific Ocean who were being strung up and beaten by Mansion Master 7 Lives Talisman unable to endure it? Great Pressure of Mount Books, when I'm free I'll go and look for you. Your wife should be about to give birth to some little wolf cubs, right? Senior is welcome to visit any time. There's already a whole litter of little wolf cubs. Cave Master Snowwolf replied. Whether these words were sincere or a pretense, only he himself knew. True Monarch White dragged the list of chat names of the 9 provinces #1 group and asked, why don't I see Sword Monarch 6 Ears? True Monarch Mount Huang sent a bitter laugh emoticon. 30 years before, Sword Monarch 6 Ears was plagued by his demon heart while attempting to reach the rank 7 Venerable realm. He turned into ashes amidst tribulation fire. Even Sword Monarch 6 Ears couldn't pass that tribulation. True Monarch White sighed lightly. He held his chin, and his eyes misted over, unwittingly letting his mind wander, and entered contemplation. The Song Shuhang, who had been maintaining his vigilance, immediately gathered all his attention. This was to ensure he could support by the arm any time. If true Monarch White were to put to use his tripping on flat ground now, the entire apartment would collapse. In the gloomy Jiangnan jail, the Moonsaber sect disciple Zhao Bulu with both legs broken had been sent to this jail. He had a gloomy expression and looked at his jail friend. It was a bald Western monk. His bald head also had 6 neat Jierba dots. Chapter 157, actually, the whole group are my alt accounts. 1. 5 Fingers Mountain is written in the same way as the sealing technique Buddha used on Sun Wukong in mythology. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 158, Frost Heir Immortal Chest. Chapter 158, Frost Heir Immortal Chest. The Western monk was sitting cross-legged on the jail's bed, condensing chi to do seated cultivation. In ordinary people's eyes, this Western monk was but a slightly taller foreigner. But Zhao Bulu was whatever the case a cultivator who had opened his second acupoint, the eye acupoint. To his eyes, this Western monk's chi and blood had already thickened to a viscous density. When the other side sat, every breath caused the chi and blood in his body to seethe. He had clearly reached the peak of rank 1. With an opportunity he could leap over Dragon Gate, transform the chi and blood in his body to true chi, and enter the rank 2 cultivation realm. But this wasn't the most important part. This Western monk's whole body was surrounded by a thick golden light of virtue. In Zhao Bulu's eyes, the Western monk was as dazzling as a small sun. His body carrying such a thick golden light of virtue proved that this Western monk was a virtuous senior monk. But why would this kind of senior monk be locked in jail? The Western monk felt someone enter the jail, and he slowly opened his eyes to look at Zhao Bulu. Another new person? What crime was committed this time? The Western monk called out and asked. Then, Zhao Bulu saw the jailer speak with a fawning expression. Great master, this is a thief. To snatch a delivery he actually destroyed someone else's delivery vehicle and heavily injured the delivery man. He's truly guilty of a heinous crime. Seeing the fawning expression on the jailer, Zhao Bulu felt something was off in his heart. Excellent, excellent. Lead this criminal to this humble monk to convert. The Western monk put his palm together in a Buddhist greeting, chanting Amitabha. As he spoke, the golden light of virtue on his body seemed to move about as if it were alive. It was as if a Buddha was on earth, making people unable to look straight at it. Then I'll leave it to Great Master. The jailer respectfully closed the gate to the jail. The Western monk had been taken in that time as a culprit for a murder on the train and locked in jail. The jailers at first hadn't paid attention to this criminal, as they had seen many murderers before. After that, the higher-ups had secretly asked them to treat this Western monk well, and provide him with good food and drink. But they didn't say to release this Western monk, and only said to let this great master do as he wished. Just do as he wished? To actually just do as he wished in a prison. Then, this great master had actually stayed in jail. He would explain Buddhist texts to prisoners, convert criminals, and regularly and take the initiative to go to some gloomy areas in the jail to convert vengeful ghosts. In this month, the jailers really had felt the gloomy feeling in the jail decreasing by a lot. Also, this Western monk had more and more had the qualities of an eminent monk. Every movement of his carried an indescribably lingering charm. Although they didn't know what this great master Western monk was thinking, the jailers all felt that perhaps he was about to make some breakthrough in Buddhism, right? When the jailers had left far away, the Western monk put his palms together in a Buddhist greeting. Hello, fellow Daoist. Zhao Bulu could feel the qi and blood energy on his body. The Western monk could naturally also tell the differences in Zhao Bulu. Hello, great master. Zhao Bulu had a gloomy expression. He felt his life recently had simply been a tragedy. Fellow Days, don't be panicked. This humble monk and you have been brought together by destiny. The Western monk smiled slightly. As long as I convert you, this humble monk will gather enough energy of virtue. I can try assaulting the Dragon Gate, like a cart becoming a dragon. You will be the last criminal this humble monk converts in this jail. He hadn't left the jail in this month, so that he could convert vengeful ghosts, departed ghosts, as well some sinful criminals. In this month, he had already accumulated a lot of energy of virtue. With the support of enough energy of virtue, and the qi and blood that had accumulated until it was seething, him advancing to the rank 2 realm was something that would follow naturally when the conditions were right. Zhao Bulu laughed bitterly. Great master, I have my own sect. No problem. This humble monk doesn't have the intention of making you to betray your sect. The Western monk smiled naturally as he comforted him. When Zhao Bulu heard this, he immediately relaxed. This humble monk just wants you to become a monk. Don't worry, becoming a monk has nothing to do with your sect. The Western monk put his hands together. Come, there is no need to choose another day. When this humble monk explains this Buddhism introduction scripture to you, how about helping you to shave? That's right, do you want a jia? After all, you and this humble monk are brought together by fate. So, buy one get one free. How about Jiting 6 jia? This humble monk begged his teacher for very long in the past, and he couldn't bear to give it. When this humble monk successfully reached foundation establishment, he then pettily gave this humble monk for jia. The other 2 jia at the back were added on by this humble monk myself. Is it cool? When Zhao Bulu thought of himself bald, and with jia, he even had the notion of dying. He wanted to run, but when he saw his broken legs, his eyes immediately became hollow and lifeless. grief cannot surpass the death of the heart. September 1st, Monday. Song Shuhang rose early in the morning, cultivating the Vajra foundational fist technique, as usual. He transformed the physical energy accumulated over a night into qi and blood energy, and started to accumulate it in the second acupoint, the eye acupoint. Then he washed his face and rinsed his mouth, and changed clothes. Today he was prepared to bring Senior White to buy a phone, computer, and various articles for daily use, as well as familiarizing him with the surrounding area incidentally. "I'll apply for one more day of leave," Song Shuhang said hiddenly. He had already grasped all the foundations for all the lesson knowledge anyways, and he didn't lack that academic credit for full attendance. At this time, the doorbell rang from downstairs. "Who?" Song Shuhang lifted his head out to take a look. Then he saw a snow-white wolfman standing up, a paw pressing on the doorbell. He immediately thought of that Cave Master Snowwolf from the 9 Provinces #1 group yesterday. Was it the legal identity documents for Senior White? Song Shuhang went downstairs, and received that giant snow-white wolf. "Hello, are you Song Shuhang?" The snow-white wolf let out a clear voice of a child. "Hello, I am." Song Shuhang opened the entrance. "Under Master's orders, I'm to give you something. My master is Cave Master Snowwolf." The giant snow-white wolf indicated at a packet hung at its neck. It removed it, handing it over to Song Shuhang. "Thank you. Senior Snowwolf mentioned it to me yesterday." Song Shuhang extended his hand to receive the package. Inside was Senior True Monarch White's ID, residence registration booklet, passport, driving license, and such other things. Wait, driving license? Song Shuhang took out that credentials. It really was a driving license. True Monarch White had never even touched a car before. Was there really no problem when even the driving license was settled for him? "Then I'll leave first. If you're free, my master said that Mr. Shuhang should remember to come to Snowwolf Cave as a guest." After finished speaking, the giant snow-white wolf lightly leapt. He transformed into a spotlessly white cloud, and ran away as if he was fleeing. He kept feeling as if this giant snow-white wolf was avoiding something. It was avoiding True Monarch White? It shouldn't be so. Demon beasts wouldn't avoid True Monarch White. This could be seen from Dodo. Could it be that it was avoiding the Pekingese Dodo? Song Shuhang thought nonsense, and went up to a higher floor to look for True Monarch White. Oh. He was now Venerable White. He had to change the title. But Song Shuhang kept involuntarily calling Senior White as True Monarch White, and had already taken him as a senior with the surname White and the name True Monarch. After returning to upstairs, Song Shuhang saw that Senior White was currently taking apart the fridge. Next to him was information on the construction of fridges on the computer screen. Oh ho, so it turns out fridges were constructed like this. How interesting. These spare parts come together, and actually artificially creating cold air, achieving the effect of formations. Humanity's creativity is really great. Senior White murmured, a face of satisfaction. Very quickly, the fridge was taken apart by him into various small parts. Song Shuhang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Senior White, what about the things in the fridge?" "Oh, I put those things on the table. Don't worry, I'll put everything back in the fridge after I put the fridge back together again," Senior White said with a face of confidence. Song Shuhang looked at the table. On top was a box of crunchy popsicles he had bought not long ago. Song Shuhang's face turned awkward. Fine, fine. Wasn't it just a box of popsicles? At most, at that time let it change into cold water and drink it. Then, half an hour later. And it's put back together. Senior White laughed, and pulled the power cable, wanting to plug it into the socket. At this time, Song Shuhang's eyes were sharp, and actually noticed a few spare parts next to the fridge. Song Shuhang couldn't tell its use, but so what if it was an unassuming spare part? Without them the fridge should be unable to work, right? Song Shuhang immediately called out. Wait, Senior White, you still have several spare parts you haven't installed. No matter. These spare parts are unimportant. I also can't find the original place where they were installed. But don't worry, the fridge is definitely fine. Believe me. Senior White used force to plug the plug into the socket. The next moment. Bang bang tilde tilde zzzzzzzzzzz tilde tilde. A stink from something scorched by an electric current came, and black smoke came out of the fridge. Song Shuhang. Senior White hastily pulled out the plug, and looked with incomprehension at the fridge. Weird. Why did it burn? There shouldn't be any problems theoretically. Shuhang, why is this? Ha ha. Song Shuhang dryly laughed. It looked like he had to go out today to buy a fridge. A summer without a fridge wasn't doable. A summer without popsicles or cold drinks wasn't a complete summer. Although it's an exquisite thing, it's very weak. Looks like I need to research it more. It's really great when I think of how much things I have to research. Senior White murmured. He waved, and a light wind swirled up out of nowhere, and the burning smell coming out from the fridge was dissipated. Song Shuhang didn't hear Senior White's murmuring, and even thought he was disappointed. Thus, he consoled, it's nothing. Senior, we can just go buy another one. No need. I broke it, I'll fix it. It's just a fridge. Senior White said confidently. This time only 3 minutes were needed. Senior White complacently said, done. Song Shuhang opened the fridge, and immediately, cool and refreshing cold air blew directly into his face. It really could be used. Song Shuhang looked at the interior of the fridge again, only to see on the inside of the fridge, the left and right sides had each had a formation engraved by Senior White. One was called a spirit gathering formation, which could slowly absorb the spiritual energy that was freely in between heaven and earth, and store it in the formation. The other was called a frost-cold formation, which could convert the spiritual energy absorbed by the spirit gathering formation into cold air, achieving the effect of a cold storage. How is it? Senior White asked complacently. Song Shuhang rubbed his face, and showed a relaxed smile. Senior White, it's great. From today onwards, this fridge was no longer a simple fridge. It was already considered a magical treasure that produced cold. Please call it Icy Treasure? Or perhaps Icy Air Godly Cabinet? Cold Air Immortal Chest? Millimeter, the name Cold Air Immortal Chest wasn't bad. TN note, for those who still are unaware, QI has poached this project. My post on it here. As of now, my decision regarding this has not been made yet. But I have the feeling I'm not going to be happy over my choice. Here are some memes on GGP and QI to make you all laugh however. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 159, There is no reason to refuse. Chapter 159, There is no reason to refuse. Translator, Godbrandy. Editor, Karisu. The name wasn't that important in the end. The good news was that he wouldn't have to buy a new fridge anymore. Song Shuhang rubbed his face to stop his bright smile from turning into a don't know whether to laugh or cry expression. At this time, Senior White's attention had shifted to the air conditioner. He was standing below it and had the expression of someone that was ready to make trouble. Song Shuhang immediately tried to divert his attention. Senior White, how about changing your clothes? Later, we'll go out to buy a mobile phone and a computer. With that, you'll be able to communicate with the members of the 9 Provinces Number 1 group at any time. Clothes? Oh, you're right. The clothes I'm wearing right now are too eye-catching, Senior White nodded. Afterwards, he typed something on the computer and started to search for men clothes. After just one night, Senior White looked like a computer expert. He had learned everything on his own. After a short while, True Monarch White pointed to the casual men clothes on the computer screen and asked, "What do you think of these clothes?" Not bad, Song Shuhang nodded. Then, I'll wear that set. True Monarch White stretched out his hand and gently patted his white robe. Immediately, the formations on the robe started to shine and create ripples. After a second, True Monarch White was already wearing the same clothes as that man on the computer screen. Song Shuhang opened his eyes wide. This was the legendary clothes-changing technique. Moreover, it wasn't like those cringy techniques that would make your clothes disappear and leave you naked for a moment. Every woman in the world would die to have this technique. You don't know how to put in order your room full of clothes? You don't know which set of clothes to buy? You don't know which clothes to bring out with you? We present you the clothes-changing technique. It will solve all your problems regarding clothes. This is the technique you deserve. So, should we go? True Monarch White held up his long hair and covered it with a cap. Song Shuhang returned to his senses and replied, "There is an electronic shopping center 3 bus stops from here. We'll be able to buy everything we need there." At the same time, he turned his head and said to the Pekingese, "Dudu, do you also want to go out for a stroll? I want to play games. If you want to bring me out for a dog walk, wait for when I have the time and the mood," Dudu said without even turning his head. Now that True Monarch White was going out, it was finally his turn to use the computer. His wife was still waiting for him to go online. "I never said I wanted to take you out for a dog walk." Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. "Senior White, let's go then." If he was the only one accompanying Senior White, he would have to be extra careful. No matter what, he couldn't allow Senior White to get distracted and fall on the ground. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. The Limitless Demon Sect was a well-known evil sect in the world of cultivators. The disposition of its disciples was very extreme and unpredictable. However, the location of the Limitless Demon Sect was unknown. Except for the members of the sect, no one knew of its exact whereabouts. At this time, on the 69th peak of the Demon Sect, the Mahoriga Peak, young Master Hai was quietly standing on the edge of the mountain. A sea of clouds was stretching under his feet, and behind his back was the immortal cave he was using to cultivate within the Limitless Demon Sect. The form of a scholar slowly approached young Master Hai and said, "Look at you. It seems you have too much free time on your hands. Now that the Lifebound Evil Saber is ready, condensing the Golden Core and advancing to the 5th stage Spiritual Emperor is just a matter of time. Therefore, I want to enjoy the little free time I have." Young Master Hai turned his head and smiled to Zheng Neng. "From what I see, you're also someone with too much free time. We are both outstanding talents in our generation. And our objective is not as simple as condensing a life-bound golden core. Every golden core had a certain number of dragon patterns. In total, there were 9 ranks. Given young Master Hai and Zheng Neng's dispositions, they would certainly not settle on a golden core with 1 or 2 dragon patterns. Their objective was obviously a golden core with 7 patterns. And even in the worst case, it would have to have at least 5 patterns. For that, young Master Hai had used the Blood God's Evil Saber formation of the already extinct Blood Saber sect, obtaining the Blood God Crystal. For that, Zheng Neng had stolen that 7 colors wonder fruit of the Immortal Farming sect and obtained its secret refining method. For that, Demon Monarch Anji had done everything in his power to make the disciples of the Moon Saber sect go crazy, obtaining the Chi of the 3 demons. The 3 of them were planning to use the Blood God Crystal, the 7 colors wonder fruit, and the Chi of the 3 demons to increase the number of patterns on their golden cores. In these days, I thoroughly studied the secret refining method of the 7 colors wonder fruit. I'll be able to completely refine it in about a month. Zheng Neng arrived at young Master Hai's position and he also started to gaze at the distant sea of clouds. I'm also done processing the Blood God Crystal. In around a month, that too will be ready for your use, young Master Hai said with a smile. At this time, a dense mist started to condense. Demon Monarch Anji's strange form appeared out of nowhere and said, "The initial process of purification of my Chi of the 3 demons has also been completed. It will be ready for your use in about half a month. Then, let us make this effort together." Only those with power have the right to talk. A crazed glow flashed through young Master Hai's eyes. And only if you have the right to talk will you be able to participate in the sect's big plan, obtaining great benefits. When he mentioned this big plan, both Zheng Neng and Demon Monarch Anji turned quiet. After a while, Zheng Neng made a light sound and agreed with him. Afterwards, he slowly closed his eyes. No one knew what he was thinking. Demon Monarch Anji also had a serious expression. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. Zheng Neng suddenly said, "It seems that fellow is coming here again. Is it branch leader Jingmo? He comes here every few days. Isn't he bored yet?" Demon Monarch Anji laughed strangely. This demon monarch has no free time to waste. "I'm going." After finishing his sentence, he turned into black mist and quickly ran away. Zheng Neng didn't say anything. He took a step forward, and a wooden sword flew out of his sleeve. Afterwards, it changed into a layer of light that fell under his feet. With its help, he also disappeared under the sea of clouds. Young Master Hai was just about to say something when he saw those two ditching him. The Limitless Demon Sect had a lot of branches scattered around the world, and Jingmo was in charge of one of them. In addition, he was a disciple of the 69th peak, the Mahoraga Peak. Other than being someone that thought too highly of himself, he was also very short-tempered. He was literally a loose cannon. You didn't agree with him? He would immediately take out his sword and start fighting you. Were you merrily drinking and eating with him? A second later he might start hitting you because you inadvertently said something that made him displeased. If your strength was similar to his, you could wage a fierce battle of 300 or so rounds. But if you were weaker than him, you could only get a good beating. Almost everyone on the Mahoraga Peak had quarreled and fought with him. In the end, even the Peak Lord of the Mahoraga Peak couldn't stand him anymore. Therefore, he decided to appoint him as a branch leader and sent him away. And since he was favored by the Peak Lord, Young Master Hai became branch leader Jingmo's main target. This unreasonable fellow is quite troublesome. Young Master Hai's face twitched. After heaving a sigh, he tried his best to maintain his cool facade. When dealing with this fellow, the more you were annoyed, the happier he would get. Ha ha! It seems that Junior Brother Hai has really too much free time lately. Unexpectedly, you're here looking at the clouds? Oh yeah, I just heard some news. Some people were saying that you caused a ruckus inside the Moon Saber sect and obtained for Blood God crystals after sacrificing the whole sect. However, at the last minute, you were done in by a small fry that even managed to steal your crystal. This news was just too interesting. Hava hava. Branch leader Jingmo hadn't arrived there yet, his voice came first. At this time, the form of a tall man appeared in front of young Master Hai. He had white hair that looked like the spines of a hedgehog. And, surprisingly enough, both his pupils had a pure golden color. This was due to his cultivation technique. From time to time, a golden electrical current would flash through his eyes. One? Young Master Hai turned his body and said with a faint smile, "Everyone on the peak already know of this. Is it possible that senior brother Jingmo discovered it just now?" This smile was meant to ridicule him. Given his awful disposition, no one on the peak was willing to spend time with Jingmo. Who would like to get a beating out of the blue? Branch leader Jingmo stopped smiling and coldly snorted, "I heard that the person that stole your Blood God crystal was someone at the first stage who had just started cultivating. He hadn't even completed his foundation establishment yet." That's true. It was a very ordinary-looking young cultivator who was friends with Su Clan 7. At this time, he should have already opened his heart aperture, completing his foundation establishment. Young Master Hai said with a smile. He revealed some of the information regarding the Stressed by a Mountain of books. TSK. You got scared just because he was acquainted with Su Clan 7? Is that why you didn't take back the Blood God crystal? Branch leader Jingmo laughed in a strange manner. Senior brother must be joking. One should make a move only if completely prepared. I won't act if I'm not completely sure of the outcome. Young Master Hai still had a gentle smiling face. As I see it, you were just scared shitless by Su Clan 7. Branch leader Jingmo replied with a smile, revealing teeth that resembled that of a shark. Afterwards, he said, "Since you're too scared of taking back your blood god crystal, let your senior brother take it back for you. You won't get offended if I were to take it back, right?" "Well, not that it would matter even if you were to get offended." Young Master Hai faintly smiled. "Of course, I won't get offended. Senior brother Jingmo, you can do as you please." Originally, he had come here to slap young Master Hai on the face. However, the latter didn't even retort. Branch leader Jingmo spat on the ground. Since he couldn't take care of young Master Hai with words alone, he would do it with facts. He stamped his foot and left. As soon as he left, Demon Monarch Anji, who was still a mass of demonic mist, reappeared. "Are you planning to use Jingmo to deal with that stress by a mountain of books?" Zheng Neng also emerged from the sea of clouds. "What should we do if he really manages to take back the blood god crystal?" "It doesn't really matter. After all, it's just a piece of blood god crystal." Young Master Hai was looking at the horizon as he slowly clenched his fist. Of course, that's assuming his appetite is enough to eat that blood god crystal after obtaining it. Otherwise, Moreover, even if he's somewhat weak, that stressed by a mountain of books is far from being an ordinary cultivator. Otherwise, how was he able to find the loophole in our revised blood god's evil saber formation and snatch away our treasure with such ease? The corner of the young Master Hai's mouth rose in a smile. He didn't find that loophole by luck. Therefore, he's either a wolf disguising as a sheep or there's someone with high skills who is helping him. As for which of the two it is, we can only know after giving it a try. And now, branch leader Jingmo has decided to act as cannon fodder on his own. Therefore, I see no reason to refuse his good intentions. What do you think? Young Master Hai said with a smile. There is no reason to refuse, Zheng Neng said lightly. I'll keep an eye on Jingmo's actions, Demon Monarch Anji said. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 160, A pretty and delicate face, but a big and muscular body. Chapter 160, A pretty and delicate face, but a big and muscular body. Translator, Godbrandy Editor, Kurisu. Branch leader Jingmo returned to his immortal cave and used a formation to get in contact with the branch of the limitless demon sect under his control. Due to the defensive formation of the sect being always active, it was impossible to reach the outside world with mobile phones while still inside the barrier. The branch's manager, Manager Chen, answered the call and said cautiously, "Branch leader, do you need something?" The members of this branch were very unlucky to have Jingmo as their leader. He had already beaten every one of them. They were all scared that they would inadvertently provoke him and get beaten half to death as a consequence. I need you to look something up. Half a month ago, young Master Hai sacrificed the Moon Saber sect and had his blood god crystal stolen by a very weak cultivator. What are the whereabouts of that cultivator? Branch leader Jingmo said in a grave tone. Understood. I'll go search immediately, Manager Chen quickly replied. Once you're done, tell me everything. Even if he had an awful disposition and could explode at any moment, when he was in a normal state, Jingmo was not so different from your average man. Inside the branch, Manager Chen immediately told his subordinates to go and look for all the information they could find on young Master Hai's incident. The Limitless Demon Sect had a huge intelligence network, and all those branches that were scattered around the world were part of this network. Therefore, every branch could use this network to find the information they needed. Soon, they found what they were searching for from the network. After having his blood god crystal stolen, young Master Hai had told the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon Sect to do a thorough research on this cultivator called Stressed by a Mountain of Books. And 5 days ago, the person in charge of the Jiangnan branch sent over some information regarding Stressed by a Mountain of Books. But these pieces of information were somewhat strange and gave rise to many questions. For example, before this year, this Stressed by a Mountain of Books was nothing but an ordinary student. However, Medicine Master, who was famous in the world of cultivators for his pill refining, became friends with him under unknown circumstances. And later, the same happened with Su Clan 7. This wasn't everything. It seemed that Stressed by a Mountain of Books had many other powerful cultivators behind his back. However, just when the leader of the Jiangnan branch was thinking of continuing the investigation, something unexpected happened. 3 days ago, someone destroyed the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon. It was 7, a single man with his saber. He had destroyed the branch alone. After doing the deed, 7 left as if nothing had happened. Later, the logistics department of the Spirit River Su clan rushed to the branch and took away all the treasures and resources they could get their hands on. Even some pieces of information that weren't destroyed in time were taken away. Luckily, the information stored in the branch wasn't highly classified. Therefore, it wouldn't have consequences for the Limitless Demon sect itself. Su Clan 7, this crazy mother ***. After seeing this information, Manager Chen got a scare. He was a lone man with nothing but his saber. And yet, he had completely destroyed a branch on his own. Every branch of the Limitless Demon sect had around 800 disciples. And if we add the defensive formation, it had the power to stop someone who had recently advanced to the 6th stage True Monarch. But unexpectedly, it had been destroyed by 7, who was only a 5th stage Spiritual Emperor. Now that I think of it, our branch isn't too far away from the Jiangnan branch. Manager Chen was startled. He decided to contact branch leader Jing Mo immediately. Branch leader Jing Mo's voice spread from the formation. Did you find something about that Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Yes, branch leader. I'll send you all the information I found about him. In addition, the Jiangnan branch of the Limitless Demon sect was destroyed by Su Clan 7. And our branch happens to be very close to it. Should we take some precautions? Manager Chen was very careful with his words. He didn't want to say something that would enrage branch leader Jing Mo. TSK. It's all young Master Hai's fault. He provoked that madman named 7. By the way, there is no need to worry too much about him. The sect will send someone to handle him. Everything will be fine as long as I find that Stressed by a Mountain of Books. I'll decide what to do after analyzing these pieces of information, branch leader Jing Mo said in a grave tone. When he heard that the sect would send someone to deal with 7, Manager Chen heaved a sigh of relief. ******. Branch leader Jing Mo cut off the communication and evilly smiled. The sect would send someone to take care of 7? And who would they send? Even if he didn't admit it, Demon Monarch Mad Tyrant had also been injured by 7 when he ran away with young Master Hai and the other 2. Were 7 to destroy his branch, it would be actually a good deed. After the destruction of the branch, he would have the chance to return to the main branch of the Limitless Demon sect. Therefore, he was looking forward to the destruction of his branch. Next, he took the information sent by Manager Chen and started to examine it carefully. These pieces of information should give rise to many questions. Laughable. I can tell everything with only a glance. This Stressed by a Mountain of Books was just someone lucky enough to become friends with Medicine Master, and from that moment, he turned into a cultivator. And Su Clan 7 is on good terms with Medicine Master. Therefore, it's normal that he was acquainted with this cultivator. Branch leader Jing Mo was convinced of having some super insight. After just a glimpse, he had discerned the truth. Afterwards, he made contact with Manager Chen once again. Manager Chen, send someone competent to look for this Stressed by a Mountain of Books. Look for the right opportunity and capture him alive. Afterwards, bring him to the branch. You don't have to worry about Medicine Master or 7, they aren't with him right now. And in the end, he's someone that has just completed his foundation establishment. It will be easy to capture him. After you're done, wait for me. I'll personally interrogate him about the whereabouts of the Blood God Crystal. Branch leader Jing Mo laughed loudly. He was delighted. Manager Chen nodded and said, understood. I'll send someone over there. After hanging up, Manager Chen heaved another sigh of relief. Afterwards, he asked the nearby subordinate, is someone from our branch active around the Jiangnan College Town area? Manager Chen, Little Sunflower asked to be moved to the Jiangnan area just yesterday. He wanted to investigate something. When he mentioned this Little Sunflower, the subordinate felt the hair on his arms stand up. Little Sunflower was a cultivator of the first stage. And soon, he would be able to jump through the Dragon Gate. He was a very sly fellow and a master at hiding his aura. In this branch, he was one of the best disciples when it came to gathering information. But despite his name, Little Sunflower was a 2 meters tall brute. He was literally a mountain of muscles. And the thing that caused people to despair was that he actually had a pretty and delicate face. Who said you couldn't be a pretty boy while being big and muscular? Little Sunflower was someone that went against common sense. Little Sunflower, Lua. I think you should use his Dao name. Cultivator Sunflower sounds way better, Manager Chen said with a serious expression. Yes. I'll use Cultivator Sunflower then. The subordinate felt that this Dao name too had some problems. Good. Then, tell Little Sunflower to, Lua. Tell Cultivator Sunflower to keep an eye on Stressed by a Mountain of Books, and kidnap him if there is an opportunity. The target has just finished his foundation establishment. Cultivator Sunflower will be enough to deal with him. Manager Chen said seriously. Sure. I'll immediately get in touch with him. The subordinate took out his mobile phone and called Cultivator Sunflower. After a very pleasant caller tune, the phone was picked up. Cultivator Sunflower, there is a mission for you. The subordinate went directly to the point. So annoying, call me Little Sunflower. A rough voice transmitted from the other side. The subordinate looked at the sky, his face disgusted. Afterwards, he clenched his teeth and said, cough, cough. Manager Chen said that you have to look for a person named Stressed by a Mountain of Books. He is a cultivator that has just completed his foundation establishment. If you have the chance, capture him and bring him back to the sect. I'll send you all the information on him in a while. Stressed by a Mountain of Books? Oh, I already know about him. You don't need to send anything. Just leave everything to me. Cultivator Sunflower hung up the phone. Waha! As expected, I was right. This Stressed by a Mountain of Books was bound to attract the attention of the Limitless Demon Sect. If I can capture him and bring him back to the sect, I'll skip several ranks. Cultivator Sunflower laughed. The bulging muscles on his chest were shaking along with his laughter. After laughing, he made a call. Hello, young Mistress Candy? Ha ha. It's me, Little Sunflower. I need you to help me with something. You have to steal a thing, Cultivator Sunflower said. Young Mistress Candy was a nickname. She was a member of the Penniless Thief sect and an expert at breaking formations and seals. Till now, she had succeeded innumerable times. An expert wouldn't walk into a dead end. He would have to prepare for all eventualities. Cultivator Sunflower would go on the front line and directly seize that Stressed by a Mountain of Books. For this reason, he asked young Mistress Candy to go to the target's residence and steal the Blood God Crystal. Young Mistress Candy owed him a favor. This was the right time to ask for her help. Asterisk asterisk asterisk. At this time, Song Shuhang was on the bus with Senior White. Strange, it seems that the bus is particularly crowded today. Song Shuhang felt that the number of passengers was several times higher than usual. The entire bus was packed. And why did it seem that the crowd was coming toward him and Senior White? Wait! Were they coming in their direction? Song Shuhang raised his head and looked at the crowd. As expected, many of them were staring at Senior White, some were even blushing and were short of breath. Were they influenced by Senior White's strange charm? But didn't Senior White restrain his charm after coming out of secluded meditation? After he had come out of the statue, Song Shuhang wouldn't feel his heartbeat speed up even if he were to look at him directly. But why was this charm causing troubles now? Song Shuhang quickly looked at Senior White. At this moment, he discovered that Senior White was looking towards the horizon, lost in thoughts. After looking at him for a while, Song Shuhang felt his heartbeat speed up. I won't make Senior White ride a bus ever again, Song Shuhang secretly vowed. Luckily, it was their stop already. Senior, we've arrived. Song Shuhang patted Senior White's shoulder, making him regain his senses. After returning to his senses, Senior White smiled. Oh, we're already there. The two of them forced their way out of the bus with great difficulty. Let's go. First, we'll buy a phone and a SIM card, Song Shuhang heaved a sigh. When returning to Jiangnan College Town, I'll have to choose a deserted road. Song Shuhang thought. There were indeed many deserted roads. However, they would have to get out of the encirclement first. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know a report chapter, so we can fix it as soon as possible.